Hello, everybody. How's it going? We're gonna get right fucking on into it today. Let me tell you what. There's just too much stuff I want to do today, and we gotta start. We gotta start because I ain't gonna be caught out like yesterday, not being able to finish everything that I wanted to do because we just ran out of time. My streak has been kept, and now I'm going to watch Iron Lung. Have a good stream. Thank you for checking in, Moon. Have a great time with Iron Lung. Feel free to tell me how it goes. Have a great one. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day at that. Today we gotta work on beanbox stuff. Beanbox? Oh, why you all the way down there? There you go. Bonka. Bonkus. Thank you for the daily bonkus. I have to hide a row of this because too many things in here. There we go. And then I need this. And then I gotta grab this guy and put it here and here. On next to the item. I turned your brain into mush. That's okay. My brain's already mush. I'm kind of brain off today. Thank you for sharing your streak with me. That means a lot. I like seeing the streaks. I wish I had like a little sound notification though. I think that'd be nice. Okay, so we're gonna pin this. Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it. This means okay. And we can check this guy off. Change cover to this one. And then we're gonna put it there. And then we're gonna make this edit because I want to edit these today. I'll let you know how the movie is without spoilers, of course. I appreciate it. But I hope it's so much fucking fun. I hope it's the funnest. Nothing but love in this house. I can't read these ones. That made me sad. Okay, dokie. Tuesday 6 are only 10 for every movie. Damn, nice. Nice. Good day to go then. Good day to go. I hope you can get some nice treats as a reward for saving some money. Floating in the cloud, oh wow, I'm here right now, right here right now with you, oh wow, oh wow. I don't even care, you think to your hair, you. Your fingers don't mind, my dress too thick, and that's alright. Wait a minute. My ear kind of hurts. Ooh. There we go. Vision, let's go get it. Let's go get it. Alright, gotta work on beans. I think we got. I don't remember how many beans we finished. I think we finished. Yeah, we finished all the common ones yesterday, I think. And I read those pages, you really love me, baby. When things don't work, and things are about to be, when things don't hurt. I have to make a thumbnail for yesterday's stream too. Call words, you are about to see. Don't miss. I hope I don't hate it because I can't handle horror shit. That's fair. I hope that it's a good story. Like, even if it, like, is a good bit of horror, at least it's, like, a good story. Because that would be my only, like, worry. Is just, like, because it's inspired by a game, I would rather just view the story from the game, I guess. People like that. Best case scenario for me, probably. I believe. Thank you for the head pad right now. Thank you. Got consciousness in the sixth dimension. My soul again vision. Let's go get it. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. There you go. We have these babies, and then we gotta do the 3 here. And then we have to do like 5 more. Which I'm going to do the ones for like Ray and stuff first. Why is it at the? Why did it scroll? Copy image. File new. Okay, paste. I kind of think I like the closer up one more, to be honest, because like we're kind of gonna be getting the essence of their soul a bit more. Green eyes and a gradient for the soul, maybe. But they have like Elaine's brain is thinking. Oh, I got money back up on it. No, I ain't brought it. Won't you stop again? Oh, honey, honey pie. Do they have like a little chibi version of themselves, maybe? Like what colors they simplify themselves to? Looks like the green and the orange is ported. I think I have an idea. Honey, honey, honey pie. Don't you stop. Don't you my girl. I won't stop until you're my girl. Stop until you're my girl. Find out what you want. Give me the eye color, at the very least. Girl, won't you stop to get enough? Oh, honey pie, honey, honey, honey. Won't you stop to get enough? Oh, honey, honey pie. Oops. And then this color. And then kind of want to give them the antennas. So if I'm going to give them orange antennas, I think I can do the blue. This like blue-green gradient. But I don't know where to go. I lay here instead with my symptoms and sorrow, and said it would fade. Actually, I have to do it this way. I love her. I love her. There we go. Yeah. I let you know. Never go. Tell me why can't you live at home tonight? By my side. I think this makes sense. Okay. And then new. And then I need the orange from their hair to make the little curvy bits. I think it's more. Oh no, it is like that. Okay. I might have made it a little bit big, but that is okay. Again and again, I love her. Yeah, like that, I think. I'm just gonna curve this off a little bit. Boop. Boop. And then we're going to make it a little bit darker. And then we're going to outline. And there we go. Actually, just don't really like how this side looks. Again and again. I love her. I love her. Hello, pictures. Oh, thank you for that, Pat. I feel like I can't tell whether I like it or not because I don't have both. Duplicate it. And the negative. Yo, Elaine. Hello. Oh, so how are you today? Nope. My guy just played so many horror games. He probably knows how to do jump scares, right? How's writing going? Good. He probably. I would say yeah, because he doesn't like cheap jump scares. So I would be surprised if it wasn't at least a little spooky. My only concern about it is I'd rather just play the game. You know, like I'd rather just play the game. But I hope you're doing well. I reckon I was nothing. Did I do this wrong? I feel like I might have done this wrong. Cancel. Currently starting on commission. Says I didn't have internet for a bit. Understandable. I hope the commission goes well. Been loving the edits that I've been seeing on the social medias that have been done by you, like the Ambrosia one. I like that one a lot. Sorry, I have a bit of the burps. I like just ate breakfast. Boop. You're doing a great job, Oso, and I want you to know that and remember that because you are amazing. I think I actually like this outline more. And then in motion. Thanks, Nick. Did a special cushion for them getting W clips for end editing for them. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Well, I hope that today can be a good vibe day. Good vibe day where you can just vibe and hang out, and I like this opossum. I'm gonna make it a little higher. I feel like it's got to start here. I think these got to start. They look kind of like eyebrows now, though. No, look at them. Is it because I didn't rotate it enough? Maybe. Deed currently also listening to play some more No Rest for the Wicked, but I gotta work. Such a mood. I wanted to play it yesterday, but I was really tired after stream. Bless you. Poor Pixels is having a sneezing fit. Is this more accurate? I think it kind of like does a little bit more like this. And then does a little bit more of this. Hello, Sheppy. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Hello. Hello. Yeah, it's a bit more like this, I think. Got me wrapped around your finger. like a fool. Maybe a little bit more like this. Yeah. Maybe a little more up. Yeah, I think that looks better. Making so I'm having a good day. Well, I'm glad it's inducing a good day and nothing else. But yeah, I hope you're having. I hope that even though it might be a little frustrating, it's still a good time. It's still a good time. I didn't realize that this was so weird. There you go. There you go. Let's try it. Round your finger, acting like a fool. Hold on, why can't I? Yeah, it's like that. Okay, so it's like shift N. Right? I think for this it's just like, is it above the eye? It is above the eye, so maybe a bit more like this. And then like this. It kind of makes a heart. It makes a heart in my brain. And duplicate. And then move it over to be negative. Hello, Stripes. Welcome on in. How you doing? Actually, I should have done the outline on it first, I think. Outline. And then apply. Okay, and then duplicate. I'm making it a negative. Maybe like so. And then merge down, and then maybe like flatten these guys out a little bit. Oh no. There you go. And now merge them down so that way I can have them at the same height. I think that's better. I think that this one needs to come in a bit more. I don't know what the thing is. It's not that. There you go. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I would move it up a little bit more though, I think. And then they need eyelashes because they have very distinct, like an upper and a lower, which I really like. They have earrings too. Do I give them earrings? If they have ears, I give them earrings, but they don't do. I guess I do human. Have I given anyone else earrings? Okay, I have an idea. Let me do the eyelashes first, yes. And I think I will borrow Pengi's. Shift in. Hello, Andrea. How are you? Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, bestie? How are you doing, bestie? What the fuck? Why isn't it copying? It's because it's locked. This one, and then this one. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. I can erase these top bits. I'm good. Trying to reset my sleep schedule. Understandable. I hope that's going well. I'm doing pretty good. Just trying to get the bean boxes done for this month because I may have forgotten that it's already February. There you go. And then I duplicate it. And then I'll flip it. Mm-hmm. There you go. And then what color are their eyelashes? This color? Oop. Oop. And then anything else? Right. The earrings. Looks like they have one on the left side. Ow. Where's gremlin thinking? Ow. That hurted so much. And then the other side is like the dot and then 3, yes. Boop. 1, 2. Oh, thank you for the head pat. It makes me feel a lot better. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I like that as much. What else am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. Let me look at their main reference. What am I missing? Oh, they have like a little necklace and stuff. I'm missing that. Yay! Yay, stream! Yay! Thank you so much for the sub for 3 months. I appreciate you very, very much. You're helping keep the lights on here. Thank you. And I hope you're having a wonderfully good one today, Compact. Boop. And it has like a little silver bit on it. Actually, I don't need that. So, more on the left, it is. Boop. And then they have the necklace that is like a little manta ray symbol. And so shift in. Oop. Actually, I might make that a bit lighter so we can see it better. There we go. And then we'll put this down a layer. And then it's like we can make like a wide diamond first. And then we can fill it in afterwards. Oop, oop. Oop. Oh, this is so hard. This is kind of tiny. There we go. I don't think there's anything else that I want to add, I think. Yeah. This is a little ray. Boop. Custom beans. Custom ray. Serena. Export. And then mouth. I can't believe it's already the 4th. Like, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, it's the 4th and I don't have the beans done. And it's kind of driving me nuts a little bit. Oops. Okay. It's a little bonanza crazy. Okay. So, I did... What the fuck? Export. There you go. Even though I can do this to my life. There we go. There you go. Oh, we just gotta take it in strides, Andrea. Just gotta push past. Yeah, ooh, 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 ooh. And then we're gonna do Nixie Nova. The bean thing looks like a mix of a blueberry and a lime. Very tasty looking. That's fair. Those colors are very, like, blueberry lime color, which is nice. Oh, they're having a re-debut? I need. Wait, if they're... Oh, yeah, they streaming right now? They're not. Are they, like, rebranding? Or is it just a new... I think they're just re-debuting? Oh, damn, look at all these. Wow. Oh, how am I gonna do... I don't know what her primary colors would be. Maybe I should ask Ray. I'm gonna go bug Ray real quick. Making beans of you and the gang. What colors you would say Xy's primary? There. Okay. I feel like I don't know if that's closer. Okay, cool. Okay, purple, 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 purple. Poor Bill. I'm also going to take from their 2.0 picture, though. Except I've lost it already. No. Okay. I like this one a lot. Oh, I'm getting nervous myself though because I think it's the first time I'm doing it. That's fair, but it's okay because it's gonna be so much fun because you're so cool and we love you and it's gonna be great. So don't you worry about it. It's gonna be amazing because you're amazing. Never forget how amazing you are because you are the most amazing, and I love you very much. Okay, their lips are still blue, which I really like that. I kind of want to give them a little lip. Do they still have that in this? Their eyes are like a light blue. Hello, MR Ferk YT. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I feel like this isn't mermaidy enough. Hello, Luna. How's it going? Thank you for the check-in. I really like this model. I wonder if they drew this. It was really cool. They have like fish ears though. Ah, how you doing? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm just making custom beans for the month. Hello, buffers. Hello, buffers. I wear animal ears. I need not the shark. I think it's the gills. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I needed the gills. Okay, but how do I do the colors for these? Because I have a methodology. It is... Oh, the eyes are darker normally? Well, I guess that depends. But it does seem like eyes are normally the darker shade. Okay, interesting. Okay. Hello, how's it going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good today. I am making custom beans. Hope chat has been doing well. Chat is good. Chat has been good. We've just been hanging out, doing the silly thing. I'm excited to play Repo with you tomorrow. Thank you for the song request. I will post the mod link later today when I make the thumbnail, but I gotta do this first because I haven't done it yet. Their eyes are like a gradient, so I really want to do like this gradient that they got going on. So let me do that. Where did I grab it? There it is. Gradient tool is this one. Oh. There we go. There we go. And then, do they have eyelashes as well? They do. Their eyelashes are like a white. So I'm just gonna grab this. I think they changed how copy and pasting layers work in Asprey, which is nice. I think they changed it to be a bit more like you can just copy and paste layers. Hello, Flame! Flame, actually, you're perfect. You're perfect. You're perfect. You're the person I need. Does this look like Ray? Do you think this looks like Ray? The cute beans. The cutest beans. I think it's pretty good. And then, like, I got Nixie. I'm working on Nixie, though. Hers is a little bit harder, because, like, I don't have a reference sheet. Here, I can do a little pure ref with them on it really quick, so that way you can... If there's any... Because, like, the restrictions are, they can't have clothes. They can have hair, but only if they don't have any other defining features. I think is usually how I do it. Accessories I try my best to do. Let me grab, where'd it go? Where is it? I'd say it looks like her siren form. Yeah, because, like, it's... Oops. They're based on... So, the color of the bean is usually their favorite color. So, I didn't know if I should make it green, because I talked in Ray's chat for a second. I was like, what are your colors primarily? And they're like, Ray is green, Nixie is purple, and Hoya is blue. Is typically how they do it. And so I don't know if I should add more green. Sometime it's based off of the skin color, depending. Pat's is based off of their skin color. But for the most part, they're based off of their, like, favorite or primary color. Like, Gob is green, so I made Gob green. Xeno just kind of looked good as a bean, so I made him a bean. I don't know if I should make... Yeah, because... I gotta, like, write down the lore of, like, the species that is the milk bean. Dun, 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 dun. They have this little gem here, which I don't really know if it's blue on the other one, but maybe a touch more green. Okay, let me, yeah, because that's what maybe I was thinking, was like, maybe there's just not enough green. Let me get, I think it's, no, that was the old, is it, it's this layer. Okay. How would beans taste if they were all blended together? They just taste like milk. Because the souls don't exactly have any flavor. They're just beans. They're just beans. Okay, wait, what if I just made it green? Boop. Select, invert. Oh, that's not the color I wanted. No! Coconut, almond, or cow milk? Cow milk. Cow milk. Because, like, how it is like, the... Oh, you guys can't see my mouse. I forgot about that on this computer. This part is, like, your soul. Souls don't really taste like much. But then they're always coated in a layer of protective milk. Or, like, there's a tinge of sweetness. Like, a tiny bit. Like the Costco milk. I kind of like the gradient. I think what I'm going to do... So I'm going to do the gradient, but have more green, I think, is my plan. Yeah, I think that's my plan. Yeah, do I like that more? Yeah, I think I like that more. And then take this, remove this. Remove that. Ray's eyes are green. What's Costco? Do you not know what Costco is? Costco is the wonderful place where you can buy things, like, kind of wholesale. Kind of. I don't know if I should make their mouth a darker green. What happened to their arms? Oh, it's underneath the thing. I forgot. And then this one. There you go. Delete. So I work called. Did I miss anything? No, you're good. You're great. Not really. I just do like this color scheme more, you think? I don't know about the green eyes. I'm, like, trying to decide on the green if I should make it, like, a brighter green or a darker green. A green looks good. Do you think the eyes and the mouth should be a lighter or a darker green? Maybe in the middle? I think a middle color. This middle color is not bad. Maybe I match the eyelashes with that. Dark eyes. Okay.
Oh
my goodness. Oh my god. Hello, Kieran. Hello. Welcome on in. How's it going? How was your stream? How was Rocket League? Welcome. Edit, redo. I did a oopsie. Okay, there we go. Welcome on in. How was your beautiful stream? If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy just hanging out here. We're just currently making people as different little milk beans. That's pretty much it. It's alright. Some wins, some losses. Fair. But we had fun nonetheless. Even if maybe it was filled with a little bit of losses, I hope it was fun nonetheless. And I hope you can enjoy as we make people into beans. That's so cute. Raze is very cute. Yeah, I like Raze. I think the color adjustments were really good. Alright, now we make Nixies. Which, they have this, like, spike crown that I want to make. And then they have a lot of, like, nice, like, accents. And then they have the choker, which I'll also do, I think. Let's see if I can get these little accents in here. We'll be back shortly, though. So Astro Stream, okay, no problem. I love that crown. It's a very nice crown. I do like those kind of big expressive crowns. Are quite nice. And then that, and then both sides have stars. I have to cut around it multiple times for shitpost. That's so fair. That's so fair. I mean, kudos to you for still drawing it, even though it might be a little hard. Yeah, okay, so it's a 5-pointed star. Do I don't know. We don't have 5-pointed stars in here. Okay. I just kind of have to draw one. I don't want it to be too big. Boop, 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 boop. I almost got it, I think. Like that, and like that. Oh, I can't draw. I just cut and pasted her hair into things. I mean, still, like, you could not. Like, you know, you could have been like, not worth it. But it's cool that you do it, you know? Shows the commitment to the meme. I don't know. I think that's good. And then they have a moon. Which I do moons like this. So like this. Of course. Listen. Even a shit post takes time. And time is precious. And I have the little drop. I have a little drop. And then duplicate. And now I think they probably both, yeah, they face inwards. Okay. And then negative. Alright, and then I actually might give them different ears just because they are so different. Actually, let me do that. Here we go. Tonight. Because they're like a mix between like elf ears and like these kind of axolotl ears that I made. Hello, Rhino. Welcome on in. I feel. Oh wait, did I make those too thick? I might have made them too thick. No, I think they were made with an 8-point. And then make a little smaller line. Maybe? Don't go so easy. Kind of want this ear to be a bit more pointed up, though. So easy. Don't go so easy. Don't go so easy. I think I like how it was before a bit more. I like that. And then bring it back down. Boop. I don't know. Maybe I should make it different. Hold on. Open reads. Oh, wait, no. Who has ears the way I would think of doing it? Think R. Halky does. Halky. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Halky, and then I want Halky's ears, which I think are... Yes, here we go. Oh, woo. Did I not copy them? Oh no, it's because it's locked. Got the funk, give me Snoop against me drunk. There we go. And then let's do this. And then I'm just gonna erase this part. My love, I don't give a fuck. My neck is like my blood, my neck is such and such. And then I feel like it should be more than one. Like maybe like this. I need to see the mirrors. 1, 2, okay. I think I'm just gonna make new ones. Okay, so boop. They go down and up, and then down, and then in, and then, oh no, down, and then in, ooh, and then in, and then in, and then make them smaller. Make them bigger. And the devil has horns, so did I. And make this smaller. No, because they're supposed to like go like this. I don't like how this one curves. For when I worked on something, I had to just scrap it. Just scrap it. Devil has horns. I don't know if I like that. Like, I don't know if I like the little... Delete. That's fine. Delete. And then like this. Okay. me do what I did for Ray. Okay, and then we go down. Okay. Go up and go down. I feel like my brush is like too thick, or maybe I'm just not giving myself enough room. I think that brush needs to be just a little bit thinner. Still turning back. Jesus. Corners, and she laid on the bed. Killed her with kisses. I feel like that's maybe a bit more accurate. I might fix this point really quick. Ginseng. I feel like I like that more. I think that's pretty good. What? Aw. There you go. Maybe I just need to use like a little bit of a lighter color here instead. Yeah, there we go. Oops. Yeah, and then I can modify the earrings. This can go here, and then I can make the little thing go from here down to here. I feel like I'm using like the wrong gold. I could be wrong though. Is it that light? How light do they make it in their chibi art? Oh, my nose itches. Okay, they make it like, okay, they make it the gold how I make gold, which is like a little bit of an orange gold. This is like my favorite version of gold, is like an orangey gold. There you go. Days over, the dog days. I should really go through all my layers and name them. I might do that. I might go back in and do that just so that way I can be more organized for 2026. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. R2 Modman. You, me, Sunny, Pancake, Ghost, Ships. It's over, the dark days are gone. 4, 4, 5 hours cold. Boop, boop, boop. And then I'll just do it really quick. The round table at fried potatoes. Here is the mod pack for tomorrow. Make a thumbnail. Hello again. Cats have been cuddled. Yippee! I'm glad the cats have been cuddled. I hope they are doing well. I'm about to go on a roller coaster because I've been deciding to do something that I haven't done for this file and I should have been doing, but I didn't because I was lazy. And there's just, you work with so many files, but I should have just done this in the first place. I'm a goober and I didn't. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's start with the bottom. Okay, so this is Womble. They're always happy with cuddle kisses. That's good. Ear 1. Ear. Oh, cool. They're just a little spoiled. They are. It's okay. The babies, they gotta get a little bit of spoiling. There we go. Oh, that one's good. Cinos. This is wing 2. This is wing 1. Is this not anything? This is mouth, top. Wait, what? Mouth, top, mouth. This is the belly. Yeah, that's fine. And then gob. Ear and hair. What is this? Teeth. What is this one? Top mouth. Nose. Goblin bean. Yeah, that was gob. Teeth, double horns. This is my bow. Hello, Orwa. Accessories, logo mouth bean, ear 1 and ear 2, ear 1, ear 2. I do Mews, and this is ear 1. Yeah, I knew I made ears that were similar, but Mews are like downturned. Or crown. Merge down. Earring. I'm alert, but good luck making me. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in. Have a wonderful time outside touching grass. What is this? This is tufts. This is the nose. This is hair. It's entirely to touch some grass. Hey, grass is good. Grass is good. Band-Aid. Mouth. These are merged down. These are the ears. I can't spell correctly. Boop. The Nycto. Oh my god. Is this the... Oh, this is arm. 1. Arm 2. And then this is... face. There's a Fallout themed coffee shop near me. That's cute. And I want to get a drink. Oh my god. I hope it's the greatest drink. And I hope they have the cutest little cups. Cutest themed cups. Ribs. Oh, that was the old face. Yeah, that's the... down. Okay. And this is the crown. Does the crown have things in it? It does. So let's flatten that layer. So this is the crown. And then archivist. I think I could merge down. Flatten. Ears. Green base. ACCS. Mouth. This is teeth. This is horns. Logo. Scarf. This is Hauki. This is crown. What is this? Oh, this is the resources. This is crown. Halo on Halo flat is what I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna put this at the bottom. Crown. What is this? Teeth. freckles. And then these are ears. Ears, and then this is the wing. Man, I did some cool shit with this. Low key, on God. And then plib. This is the hoge. These are the stars. These are the glasses. Merge down. These are ACCS. Delete layer, logo, mouth. Oh, and then I made little buns. Holy shit, these buns look low-key good. Hello, Nora. Welcome on in. Thank you for the wellness check. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Buns. There you go. This is jaw flat. So I do want to keep that. That's jaw. What is this? This is helmet. Actually, what is this one? This is the helmet. Let's merge down this. And this will be helmet. And these are the horns. This is the buckle, and I can merge that down with the belt. Call this belt. Mouth, he doesn't need the mouth. And then what is this? I don't know what this is, so merge down. And then Sachiko. I don't know what this is, so I guess I'll delete it. This is the hoge. This is the necklace. Eyelash. Oh, I guess I'll merge them down, actually. And then call it eyelashes. And then this is the blush. Mouth. And then this can be merged down. I think this is going to be flattened. Flatten. Earring. And then earring 1. And then this is down. This can be ACCS. This is flower. That's fine. Tattoos, I think is what it is. And then string. Those all look good. And then Gabby's. These are vines. This is a hoge. Forehead mark. Delete layer. These are wings. And the mouth. That one's good. Naho. Merge down. Merge down. Eyelashes. And this is merged down. This is stick. I don't know what to call it. Oh, this is the gradient merged down. This is a gradient that I did on her hand. And this is only one horn. Merge down. Merge down. These are the ears. Where'd the other horn go? Oh, did I merge that with gradient? Oops. Merge down. I'll call this ACCS then. Crimbo. Mouth. We delete the old mouth. This is eyebrows. Tattoo. This is nothing. Belly button. I don't know if I want this, but I kind of think I want the milk beans to have belly buttons. It's down. Let me see. I'm too perfect. Gear. Would a belly button be weird? Oh. I don't know. Maybe it's just an accessory I could add or something. I don't know. Because I haven't given anybody else a belly button. Positions. That one's already labeled. Wait, nope. Merge down. Eyelid. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, woo. ACCS. This is the pin 1. Pin 2. Hair 1. Hair 2. Oh, what? Oh, this is blush. Shit. Hair 1. Yeah, this is, yep. And then merge down. I think it's everything. And this person, this is, oops. Arm 1. Arm 2. Horn. Haunts. Let's move this. Merge down. An ear 2. Where's the other ear? Oh, there it is. Merge down. Ears. Merge down. Flower. Save. And then Beezy. Oh, yeah, I forgot to give them the wing. I don't know if did I add that in the final? I didn't have that in the final. What the fuck, Elaine? Hair 1. Hair 2. This is this one, right? Yeah. And then wristband. Logo mouth. Bat. ACCS. Puppy hair. Yep. Boop. Choose file. Yes. Export. Can't believe I forgot the wing on Beezy's. Good. And then Pitter Pat. This is hoodie. Glasses. Hair. Wait, what's this? Glasses. Down. Little mouth. Down sometimes. Halo. Halo, bunny, base mouth. This one. Earring. Then Pengy eyelashes. I'm gonna put this down here. Merge down. Mouth, logo, necklace, ear 1, ear 2. Wings. There you wake up and the other note to feel surrounded. Merge down. That's the base. Delete layer. Mouth. Merge down. Hair. Delete. Feeling good. Like I should. Around the neighborhood. Feeling stressed. Never stressed. Alrighty. There we go. Good. Earrings. Earring 2. Earring 1. There we go. And then merge down. These are the ears. The mouth, eyelashes. What's this one? This is nothing yet. Okie dokie. Now I can continue. Oh, right. This was... Oh, this was going to be a little teardrop. Right. Boop. Actually, let me do it like this. And then like this. I try so hard by yourself. Chainsaw, you're the treat. There you go. Then show you one. Enough for how I feel. Love you more than I could love myself. Oh, no, another. Boop. Boop, boop. It's gotta be here and then here. There we go. I kind of want to give her lips. Her lips. I think. Or... Oh. What? It's like everything else was... I kind of like that, but I think I might keep it. And then let me get the necklace. UCCS. Strawberry chainsaw, you're the treat. Do they keep it on the new model? They do, and then they have like... Let's do like this. And then let's scoot it up a little bit more. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Oh, I almost forgot. How does the crown look? It's like big and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. I think I'm gonna do 3 because they're kind of small. Crown. And I don't want to use this absolute black that I've been using. There you go. Is that the color it is in here? It's like a gray, I think, actually. Make it like this. Yeah. And now we have Nixie. Nixie Nova 2. There you go. There you go. Now you remove. No. And if I do a new layer, okay, cool. I did it. I did it. I made it so that it is hello Vexed. How are you doing? And then this one is look who I made. Can you tell who these are? Maybe perhaps you could maybe recognize who these little cutie beans are. Yeah, these are the February ones, so. Hello, Shadow! Welcome on in. It could be a little bit out. There you go. How's this centered? I can't tell. Okay. Let me check the previous sites. It's definitely a bit more over. Maybe that was an accident. Okay. And now I gotta make Hoya. Hoya Nightshade. I like this little popping baby. I need art. I need the reference sheet. There we go. They also have purple, but their soul is meant to be blue. But they're more of a lavender, to be honest. Blue, huh? It's an image or a link? It's an image. I might change Nixie to blue. I might change Nixie to blue. In this art, she's more blue. It's like green, blue, and purple. Oh, fuck, hold on. Ugh. Say a stupid line. I don't know, she's like a gradient of colors, so I feel like it's harder for me to choose. Like a light blue might work. Say a stupid line. Yeah, I feel like a light blue looks a bit better. Yes. Yeah, I think that looks a bit better, to be honest. Because their stuff is so light blue. Anyone else? Yeah. This guy. Okay. For the people I look for you, would you look for me too? There we go. I might recenter these guys just a little bit. There you go. And then Pinky, not Pinky, Hoya. Okay. Boop. Delete that layer. I'm gonna make them like a lavender. I think. Yeah, because their eyes are more of a saturated lavender, so I think they'll be okay. Delusional. Uh-oh. There's a thing I saw. It was like a chibi of them. Where'd it go? Wait, I found the reference sheet. Ugh. Hello, Kiwi. How you doing? Yeah, I definitely think their soul needs to be that color, and then... Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit better. And then I need a compliment. They were beans. Beans. What the fuck? There you go. That's gonna be hard. They have a lot of accessories. I don't want to draw a rose, but I'm gonna probably have to. I'm gonna close all these. How you doing, Kiwi? Okay, I'll make their hat, and then we'll go from there, I think. Do they have elf ears? They do. Okay. But it's 10 o'clock before I say a word. Did you know this is the shortest month? Yes. Yes, you do not trust me, buddy. You don't have to remind me that I am... the first month of the year that I fucking forget to do the beans is the fucking shortest month. Perfect. What is that supposed to mean? Excuse me. What the fuck? What the fuck? Also, thank you for the streak, Vex. You're amazing. I love you. What the fuck? The fuck is that supposed to mean? Short? God damn you. Why are you like this, Kiwi? Why? Why? What have I done to deserve this tyranny from you? That was fucking rude. You come in here and you choose violence? Is it because I'm Okay, if it's because I am late on making the beans, fair. If it's because of any other reason, suck my peen. Okay, so. Don't worry, Elaine, sure people can shut the fuck up, Vexed. I am being discriminated against. Who put all your abandoned cups on the floor? Yeah, probably. And then I'd be like, what the fuck? And you'd be like, this is what you get for not picking up, putting your cups in the sink. And I'd be like, God, fair. You from the phone. Job gets done, but you worry some, I know. This hat looks weird. So I need a new computer monitor. Oh no, what happened? What happened to your current one? As a 5'8", and very it's not discrimination. I'm also short. I'm 5. The 5'8" I feel like is not short though. I feel like anything below 5'5" is short. Oh my god, my bones. Sweet for me. And then like this. And then like this. And like this. Oh my god, I made that hat actually pretty good. No, I'm not. 2 words. Okay, I'm ready. I want 2 words. Marvel Rivals. Oh no! Shippy, no! Don't. Vex, don't. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't. 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 God damn it. God damn it. Teehee. I like the teehee. Okay, I forgive you because of the teehee. The teehee kind of funny. In my bed at 3, you're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I didn't draw the outline of it first, so I'm like a little like, new one. Someone smokes. Underneath. Tend to know things better than I do. Yeah, I figured I wouldn't like this, but we can at least try it. I'll fix the inside of it. I gotta take something for work. But my phone is dead. Okay, there. So yeah, I can't use my PC, so I'm on my laptop now. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At least you got something to at least play on, you know? I gotta do a thing real quick. Bada boop 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 boop. When she's hiding. And then knowledge. Oh wait, shit, I can't do that right now. Okay. So many shit rounds. My team went like 0 and 3. Whoa! I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this happened to you. I'm going Paleolithic for some food since I haven't eaten all day. BRB sounds good. Heavy food. I'm sorry that your games were rough though. I'm like kind of getting into Marvel Rivals, but it's kind of hard. Imagine eating. I do all the time. I love food. Get the silver. And then... Whoop. This one. Where am I? There we go. Back from doing dishes. How was doing dishes? We need to do elf ears. We need to do this ring thing. Actually, let's just do the ring and then another ring. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. There we go. There we go. And then they have like little stitches here. Boop. I'll make it thinner. Boop. There we go. Doing dishes was boring. Fair. Fair. Sometimes it do be like that. But at least you got them done. You don't have to do them later. I don't know, I'm gonna draw all these flowers, but I'll figure it out. Thank you for the song request, by the way. Wait. The way I was. Hey, oh yeah. Hey, 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 hey. This I mean, oh hey. This hat, it's recognizable, huh? Oh, that's so crazy. It's almost it was like, I wonder whose hat it could be, you know, a teehee. But actually, I would love your opinion. I made Ray and Nixie already, so I was wondering what you thought of them. I originally had Nixie be purple, but you have more purple in your design, and Nixie has more light blue in her design. So I switched it. But I like your hat. Your hat is very pretty. I need this green now, please. Thank you. Okay. I gotta. Nixie is just more blue vibe. Yes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to make sure. But I just wanted to say, I love all the flowers in your design. And I like all the chains and stuff. It's very pretty. But what a coinky dink that you would stumble upon my stream when I'm drawing you. As a little bean. There you go. There you go. And then I gotta do the thing I do with all my silver, which is I got to select it and then I make a lighter color. And then I like highlight it where it's overlapping on things. Sometimes in other places as well, but mostly where it's overlapping, I tend to. There you go. Oh, it's shiny. And then I want to be really small though. I think I'll just do the ears next. The ears next. What are these little goobers? I love them. They're my chat mascot. Hold on. This is my like VTuber mascot, So Young. This is my cat, and this is BLTRTTS mascot. And then chat can be like little beans that you can dress up, like my stream avatars. And every month I have a little blind box that has these little beans of not only content creators but custom ones as well. And if you collect them all, you get a cool hat. I was just late on doing this month's hat. Then I need a few things. There we go. I need color of your eyelashes. Boop, boop. Oh, and your glasses. I should do your glasses too. I like your earrings. They are adorable. But they're only adorable because the people I make them for are just as adorable, you know? Art mimics beauty. I gotta find these ears. Ears. Plop. Next here. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. There we go. Oh, you can see that the back of the hat isn't there. Oh no. Let me fix that. Boop, boop. There you go. Oh, you can't see it on the other side too, though. Number I know. There we go. Cute. I just realized something though. Oh fuck, I just realized something. Can I just go in front of the hat? Except for on this side? Gotta get the layering right, chat. Gotta get the layering right. I can't tell just what you want to be alone. Actually, I could just move maybe like this one down a little bit. Wait, I think I moved the whole thing. Oops. Dang it. Making it a little bit higher. There you go. Okay. And then... And then the... Oh, the earring is gold. Oh. Rear... Oop. Oop. It must be the life. It's like a sideways cat head. I made it really big for some reason. And then you have a little like fish. Oops. What is there? Oh, you have a flower tattoo. You have multiple. Okay. Let's do glasses next. Earring. And then... Oh, these are just adorable. Oh, these are just adorable. Oh my goodness. Make it continuous. That's really cute, actually. And then... Oh, you have a... Okay, so it's like 2 rings, 1 stud. Two rings, 1 stud. So I adopted an extrovert. Oh, Evie! How has that been? Has that been fun? I hope they've been treating you good. I hope they've been treating you real good. That's a little too thick. Are they treating you well? Better be. Or else I'll kick them. Being a friend group feels weird, but it's fun. Oh yeah, no, it's so much fun. I'm so glad. Honestly, yeah. I think that's how it was. I feel like a lot for me when I came upon my like weekend group is like I was just kind of adopted by them, and now I just kind of hang out with them a lot on the weekends. It's really fun. They're really fun to hang out with. I'm glad. That's like my biggest thing is like if you think you're missing out on something in life, it's probably just a good group of friends. That's always how I feel about it. It's like if you feel, cause like I think nothing beats a good group of friends. And then and then I do the moons how I normally do moons. Just like this. Oh, it's the other way. Oops. There we go. But I am so glad that you are having a good time with that, Andrea. Makes me really happy to hear. You deserve all the goodest friends and the goodest vibes. Oh, I'm running after something, trying to get into my fingers. I just keep on chasing. Within the first one they enjoyed the joint, I've rage baited 2 of them, but they were chill about it. That's good. Hey, listen. If someone can take a good rage bait, I consider them good people, you know? It's the sound of your voice. Been replaced. I think that's pretty good. Hoya Nightshade 2. Merge down. Flatten, merge down. Whoops. Flatten. Okie dokie. And then the mouth. And then the one. Oops. Oh, whoops. To save. Shadows. Save, close, close. Don't save. Hoka loka. Spots for this week. Okay. Oh, don't leave me on red. You love me on out. I know you wanna be friends. Turn into sleepovers. Turn into love. And the jealousy. And now we both fucked up. Hoya might be my tallest bean right now, currently in this pack. I don't know if I have anybody else that's taller though. I'm more than I ever knew. I don't know why I do it like this, cause the The front's always gonna be the same. I should change it, but I don't have enough time in the month to change it. My very best. See, just wait and see. Stream avatars, blind box, set 5. Save. And then and lovers and friends, and we're losing all about Loving life. There we go. And then we're gonna hue it to pink. Do I change it for each one? I just changed that, okay. So 5. Drunk in the middle of lovers and friends, and we lose on every part of our defense. Is this? Did I do the wrong one? I don't recall it being like this, but maybe I'm wrong. No, because that was last month's. I don't know. Elena's confused. 249. Okay. Days and 40 nights. Out of my league. I got you were just a dream. And then this one. These are all different heights, which is very confusing for me. It works. Did I put them in here? I did not. Okay. Somebody else. Out of my league. Boop. Boop. These 3. Lane is confusion. Boop. Boop. Okay. Man, this robe is so comfy but so warm. I open my window. What kind of robe is it? What's it made out of? It's 18. Oh, sheesh. Well, that'll keep you crispy cold, huh? Okay, cool. Now the punch card is almost done. I just need to... I lied. This needs to change to Cupid. Cuddly Kitty. And then Bon. It's fuzzy. I have no idea what it's made out of. Well, I'm glad that it's comfy. I would feel bad if it didn't. If you're like, I love the look of this thing, but it's not comfy at all. I would have been like, oh, that sucks. Alright, this one. Alright, I'm gonna go to... What the fuck do you mean that I did this like this? Merge down. I have to go to the bathroom, though, so... I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and then we will finish up the bean box, and then we will do some work. So I'll be right back. I just like the shading for this. I want this to all be on one. So this is the cape. And this is Rosy Maple Moth. Common what? Oh, Shoo the Floff Butler. Welcome on in. Post for the guys. Paparazzi time. Have some toe beans. Not a raid. Welcome on in. Hi. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for popping in and following. We're currently just making cute little beans. And I think I seem to know what happened to a layer of mine. So I have to reorganize this really quick before I go insane. Let me go this one. Polar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe not. Oh, that's same. Okay, then delete. Maybe? Nothing else in here other than that does not look like it. Delete that one. Delete that one. Okay. And then this is new group. These are resources. I'm falling apart without you. Only because, but I can't get you off my mind. This is gonna be fun. But I'm yours. Oh. Interesting. I fuck up the Rosy Maple Moth. Doesn't really look like it. Okay, let me... Antenna. Is all yours to take. Let me start with this set so I feel better. Sparkle. Antenna 2. And antenna. Yeah, then we can merge down. This is the hood. Ooh. My headphone cord is getting in my way. Comb. And then that one's good. And then... Goodness, okay. Tongue. Doesn't look like this is anything. Delete layer. And I think this is the basket just separated. Any BLT. Something makes me think if I move him, his body's not going to be there. Yeah, I think that's fine then. Basket. Delete layer. And this is the basket. Basket flat. Tuft. Tuft 2. Merge down. This is shackle. Shackle front. Merge down. Eyebrows. Tail. And this is shackle back. Now Krampus is good. Now we need Coco Santa. Merge down. This is the candy canes. Hello, Bulky. How are you doing? Mix one. Logo. Hat. Beard. Good and tired. Well, I'm glad you're doing good. Welcome on in. I'm just making little beans. Candy cane. This goes on the hat. Merge down. This goes on the beard. Merge down. This is cookies. Merge down. Merge down. These are the cookies and milk. Bean making. These are marshmallows. I'm just reorganizing stuff. Merge down. Presents. And those are the original presents. But I don't think... I don't think I... Well... Maybe I would. Yeah, the bow. Bow. 2. Bow. These are the boxes. I knew. I wish I knew you. Wish I knew. Thank you for the head pat. Oh, what you do? Move, could have made a move. Flatten. This is pie rear. Merge down. I'm at flatten. Pie front. Oops. Down. Cream. Merge down. And then that guy's good. And then stuffed turkey, which I still love this one a lot. Hand turkeys. I don't think this is the hat that I gave you guys, though. Turkey hat. Tufts. Merge down. Tail. Face. Delete layer. No, yeah, I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. Pumpkin goes in resources. Everywhere I'm sighted. Oh. Put that up there. Face. Evil eyes. Base. Down. Pumpkin. Okay, so there's the jacket. So where's this layer? That one's here. Merge down. Jacket. Arms. Delete layer. And then can I flatten? Oh, no, I can't. Okay, flame 1. Yeah, so this is just a bunch of flame pieces that I can't flatten because this is horns, merge down. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I guess I can merge down. These are the ones that go into the jacket and merge down. The Grim Reaper. All right. Oh, this is how I did it. Merge down. This is the back of the hood, and this is the scythe. Hood. Scythe base. Antler 2. Merge down. Antler 1. Hood F. Deer skull. I don't know how I made this deer skull. Small skull. Skulls. Because this shit looks cool. I don't know what kind of crack shit I was on when I was making this one. Flatten. Scythe head. Oh, this is Wisp. This was also Wisp. These are all Wisps. Look there. Always nice to see you, says the man behind the counter. The woman who is coming. Umbrella. Peace. Look the other way, and they are kissing their hellos. Set off with the bill. Shadow. Highlight. Base. Outline. There we go. All cleaned up. Always nice. Always nice to see you. Okay, we have the Rose Maiden. This one is this one. And I can move this back. And then I'm gonna look up Peacorn. Okie dokie. But it is always nice to see you. Okay, now I have to somehow make a dress that looks like a rose. Like an upside down rose. Let me look up rose dress. So you have the song request. Is it this song? It is. Yo. Hmm. So I liked Corn Cordelia a lot, but hmm. Hmm. I like this one a lot, actually. Okay. So maybe the dress doesn't need to be like... It's so funny how winter goes from completely miss to best season the second you figure out your outfits. On God. Because it gets so cold, and then you're like, the fuck am I supposed to do with all this cold? And then once you find the outfits, you're like, actually, I could like to keep the cold because my outfits are made for it now. I feel like I could still make like a rose. I feel like maybe not though. Need you right now. I leave you arms right now. I'm breaking down. And no, it's hard to leave when I get you in me. Hello, SPF. Welcome on in. How you doing? Oh, get up the sinking. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. He loves me tight and lets me go. Okay, I think I like this, but I'm gonna do one more pass of it because I feel like I could make it look better. Throw it away now. Make it harder the most. I'm well yourself. It's always a delight to see watch you creating. Oh, thank you. Yeah, making little beans for this month's bean box. Just kind of doodling. Oh, they changed the smile? Did they? What the fuck? For me, there's two different ones. I don't know. Maybe they just have two now? Yeah. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I did you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to think it ever be a pair. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I miss you. Come here. Might be a turbo thing. Oh, I could see that. And you anyway. Oh, it's hard to thinking. Get up to thinking. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. No, he loves me. He told me tight and lets me go. No, he loves me. Hold me tight and lets me go. Say I'm too sorry. I don't think I like the inner petals. On the end of the sun, holding me tight. To worry and I it's hard to see you when I wish you were right. Oh, it's hard to see you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to think. And hello, Taylor. Welcome on in. I kind of like it. I feel like it could be a little bit better, though. Like, I feel like the top could be a little bit better. Whoopee! Yahoo! Welcome on in. So, let me... And then merge down. And then I'm going to lighten it up a little bit. Are you alive and have a soul? Okay, I just want to start using the colors that I'm planning to use. Tear my heart, my life, tear my heart. I hope everybody is doing well today. I want that to be up or down. Maybe up. The radio, we're okay. My taste in music is your face. Make someone come around to show me how. Tear my heart, tear my heart. I have to do the math thing that I do. I think like there. And never been. Oh. You fell asleep in my car. I drove the whole time. That's okay. I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. Living here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill with more cement. I was asleep in my car. I drove the whole time. Okay, I'll just avoid this hole so you sleep fine. And here I sit, cursing my government. Also go for holes with more cement. Cause you gotta bleed to know you're alive and have a soul. Someone to come around to show you how. Tear my heart, tear my heart. All by she's a tear my heart. I actually kind of liked where that was going. Delete. I have to fix this side to go like this. Is my armor? See the terror in my heart. Wow, no way, it's my goat. Stop. I am not the goat. Bah. Wait, do goats go bah too like sheep? Or am I just making that up in my head in this moment? I don't actually know. I feel like they can go bah. Maybe I'm wrong though. Make you feel better, baby. First place. I think they go bar. I think they do too. Went to your mama. I think I like that. And then I'm gonna use this color, but I'm gonna shift it to red. Victims. Oh, big face to your mama. And then maybe I want like little ones in here. And then like a little one here, maybe. I think that's pretty. I think I like that. Merge down. I don't know if I like this though. is my problem. Is like, I don't know if I like this being... I think I like that more. Shift it to red. Maybe my problem is I'm not letting the butt stick out. And I think I should. There we go. I think I kind of like that more. Yeah, no, I think that's cute. Then go back and grab that red again. Except I'm gonna make this intermediary one a little bit darker. A little bit darker. I think my problem with it is that like this. And then let me get those arms. I might move the arms to be like below. Thank you for the song request. I like the sound of the song. Okay, wait. Okay, Elaine has a new idea. Let's see, Rose simple. Okay, Elaine's thinking really hard. So this the center bud. And then like this. Wait. Okay, let's say, well, the center of a rose is more like this, I'd say. And then, how do you draw a rose? Are you doing circles? I thought it was I always thought it was like a teardrop shape. Maybe it's more like, then like, this is always how I thought people drew roses. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. And then you take this one and you connect it here, and this one goes here. And I want to get foods. Have good foods. I adore you. Always remember that I adore you and you deserve the best. Probably got Japanese futon. Oh, are you gonna be able to hang out on it? Is it a thing for the whole family to enjoy? Is it a thing of something just for the father to enjoy? I don't know if I like this. Chat, I don't know if I like this, and it's fucking up a little bit on the inside. I don't know how to make this like a character inspired by roses. My nephew loves you. I'm glad. Wait, I love how their hair looks. Their hair is kind of like as if it was made with the rose. It's kind of cool. It's kind of going for something like this, where it's like the rose is like around the hair or the head. I don't know if I like it all that much. It's fucking me up on the inside a little bit. Oh, look at this. This is cute. I like how their dress is like a rose. There's flower Pokemon, rose Pokemon. Oh, Rosalia. I like her. Rosalia's fun. This is always the hardest for me if I don't have like a clear idea for how I want to do this. Okay, hold on. I think ooh, I really like that. Ooh, Elaine likes that a lot. Hold on. Say all you're giving me is friction. I'm a sorry sucker and this happens all the time. Oh, I don't know if Elaine can draw this, but Elaine's gonna fucking try. You just wait. Elaine's gonna try so hard. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I have to do it like this, where like the center of it. This is the. I kind of want to do it like this actually. Bring it from the back, I guess. So it reminds me of a Bibble from the Barbie movie. Bibble? Bibble? Really? A Bibble? Barbie. Why does it remind you of Bibble? Oh, this is a cute plushie of Bibble. That's a cute plushie of Bibble. Too much. It started with a whisper. That was when I kissed her. Lips hurt. Hear the cheap shit. Into your love chest. Scar my chest. But he talks bad. I thought I'd live to see the day. My sister had that plush. Okay, here. Flower basket night? What do you mean by this? What does this mean? Flower basket? What does that mean? Oh, I love this. Oh, this is so probably AI, but it's so pretty. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love that so much. Ugh. Okay, wait. Wait, is that why this is like, hold on, wait. Everybody talks. And then, because with this, I can't do that many petals, unfortunately, because he's like he's small. They're little, so so it's a knight that uses a wicker basket as a helmet. Wicker basket, helmet, and a rose mace. What? I need to see an image of this. It sounds really cute, but I don't understand how I would draw this onto the bean. I really like the idea, though. It sounds really fun. Had I dreamed another? Okay, and then like me and weather, post in which you were tethered. You and you're looking at me. Your eyes saying you wanna leave. And me, what you saying to me? I was saying other things. I don't think I'd do that many, and I also don't like this one. I wanna kiss someone else's neck. Pretend it's yours instead. I think this just needs to come up more, so it's like, I'm going to Sombre Show. What's that? Sombre Show? Oh, this guy? The guy that's singing right now? You're going to their show? That's exciting. I hope you have so much fun. Looking at you, you're looking at me. There in your eyes are saying you wanna leave. And to me, saying to me, you say other things. I don't wanna get undressed, person all over again. I don't wanna kiss someone else's neck, pretend it's yours instead. I don't want to learn another scent. I don't want the chill of the men to have the eyes of the girl I won't forget. Forget. I don't wanna get undressed when you're person all over again. I wanna kiss someone else's neck. Oh, this is so cute. That is cute, though. I like this idea. I might mark it down for a different month, though, because I feel like I kind of like the one we're doing. Basket night. We have a fantasy month, don't we? August is fantasy month. I'll do that one for fantasy month. Easy. This thing goes like playing pretend. I like that. We'll do that for fantasy month. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let it run my mood. Stop thinking of. I watch the moon. Tell them nice to know you will be moving on. We got it out in such a nice place. In the same language. The thought of a real beating high, you've been holding it. Owning it, that I am open. What's March's theme? March's theme is love. March is cryptids. March is cryptids. I'm doing cryptids next month. Sorry. March is cryptids. This month is love. Next month is plants. Which I must start much sooner rather than later, because let me tell you what, I fucked up this month. I want to do like little rose petals. That doesn't look like a rose petal. Please know the truth. The truth. I think that wouldn't be bad. I can do like little sparkly stuff. Made a face. I did, didn't I? I don't know. Like, rose tea? Or, I guess rose petals in water. I kind of want to put, like, rose petals in here, but I feel like it looks a little silly. Like maybe like a rose petal pattern? Rose petal pattern? You know what? Okay. Float around it. I could do that, and that would look way better. Thank you, Kiwi. Burning pain, listening to you harp about new soulmates. Actually, I kind of want it to look like it's like falling off, so it'd be like this. It'd be this angle. One day, run to me, confess your love, at least just that when I talk to you, cute, right through and you turn never. Okay, that's the sketch for the Rose Maiden. I like that a lot. That's peak. All right, now I'm just gonna sketch the other one really quick too, which is the Kiss Me Bear, which is gonna be a little bear. A little bear with a bunch of little kisses on his face. I'm gonna steal from BLT. And then he's gonna have a little big heart right here. I think, like a heart right here. And then he's gonna sit in a little booth. Who's a good cow? It's me! But I gotta start correcting you guys. You guys gotta specifically call me a cat cow or else I shouldn't listen. I saw a breakup plush. What the fuck? What do you mean a breakup plush? Do you, Cupid walks, shoots an arrow through my heart. Is that narcissistic to be like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't know. It's part of my individuality. I'm not just a cat and I'm not just a cow. I'm both a cat and a cow. You know? Wait. I have an idea. He's gonna have one of those little boxes. You know, like one of these boxes where it's like, whoop. It's me! It's me! It's me! I went so hard my face tracking. Stop. It's me! It's me! It's me! It's me! Yeah. Yeah, I think getting it right makes me a lot more excited. Duly noted for those who wish to praise me. And I'll put a bunch of hearts in this. And then I'll be like, $10. Okay. Thank you for the alert, Talking Goat. Do you guys I want to take a little break from this. Let's make a Valentine's Day outfit, huh? I want to make a Valentine's Day outfit. And we can... Come here. Okay. So we either make this outfit red or I do this one. And I make this one red. I don't have hearts on it. Heart-shaped soft pretzels? I don't know. Have you been looking hard enough? I wanna try something. Diff outfit. Where are my overalls? And then... Where's my skirt? Where's my skirt? There's a skirt. No, we wouldn't need the shorts. Wait, does this work? Wait a second. Does this work together? What if I took the straps off? Google only gives me recipes for homemade. I feel like it's heart-shaped soft pretzels. You think it works? Okay, I mean, I'm gonna recolor it a little bit, but this is kind of cute. I take the bow off and bring in the bandana. And then bring in the bracelet and then paint sweater, cardigan 2. Wait, could I do... Yeah, a little bit, doesn't it? Is this? Does it do what I think it does? Okay, it does. Okay, sleeves or no sleeves, though? I think we could maybe try it with the sleeves. I forgot to make it an expression. God damn it. No sleeves feels risky. Yeah. Wait, no, I saved it. Hello, Elaine? Schwamp Twitch. Yeah, okay. Diff out. Alt outfit. 1. Set unspec. Hold on. I actually have multiple, so hold on. Because I like to mix and match a little bit. Hold on. So we have that one, and then I don't know if we have the other one. Do we have the draw arm, hold tail, mismatch, reverse, add smoke, sorry, sweat, tangle up, waving. I don't think we do expression editor. Create new expression. Alt outfit 2. And this is where I put on, where is it? Paint sweater? Paint shirt. Oh. Oh. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Knit top. Oh, I have a tank top as well. Oh. Well, this is like another outfit then. I didn't expect this. Oh, it's very just chill. I didn't. Oh. Sporty. Hold on. I'll make it more sporty. Hold on. I realize there are 2 different blacks. Oh, I forgot about that. Hold on, I gotta put something in that thing. Ready for barn yoga, exactly. The overall on the it doesn't show the back if sweater is off. Okay. Do I want to keep this one? This one's kind of cute too. What was my other one? My other idea was paint sweater without the overalls. I think this is my other one. What about my shoes? I had to turn on my other socks. Oh, the paint is tied to breathing. Interesting. I'm gonna save this one. There's another one. Old outfit 2. I know you had so much customization. Yep. That's why I love how BZ separates layers really nicely. Instead of just keeping all of these on like just one, like as just one toggle, she just separates them into different toggles, which is really nice. Okay, so which one do I want? Come on, now I gotta go in here because I don't know which one I want for Valentine's. Alt outfit 1, alt outfit 2. Oh, I want to try this one. I want to try, customize this one. Season 2 of Fallout Fine. How is it? Heard a lot of people like it. From group. Painted sweater. Overall knit top. Select. Yeah, I need to watch it. You better. I'm surprised you haven't already. If I made it all red. about this one? Feels like the season is more focused on pre-war lore, but I like it. As long as you like it, that's the important part. Hold on. From group, top. I forgot what the thing is for the thing I'm thinking about. Let's see, shadow, body, forearm. There we go. This one, this one. I think the overall's red. Okay, wait, okay. Pink. I like that. I guess, I like that pink. Is it an okay pink, you think? And then I was gonna turn the knit off. So it just looks like a smooth top. Darkness I inherited from Dan OIM. Good pink, cool. And then, I don't know, I do have overalls on the thing. Vermont in the season of the sticks and I stood in its... Oop. Hold till my friends come home for Christmas and I'll recite a song players you that I did not have, but I did not lose. Now I hear. Good pink. It feels more hot pink than pastel. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Okay, what do we think? My face tracking is lagging too. Probably use the overalls to make a casual Santa outfit. Yeah, because it makes such a nice dark red. Hold on. Let me look at a color scheme. I have red and white. I think that's what I want. I think I want red and white. But... Also, why is this being laggy? Okay, it'll figure itself out in a little bit. What if I made it white? What if I made the white instead? And kind of like that one. The other kids with the pumped up kicks, better run, better run. Got this one. The other kids with the pumped up kicks, better run. Valentine's Day is very red, white, and pink. I think you could squeeze some browns if you wanted, but not necessary. That's valid. I'm just deciding if I want this to be like a dark red or just a pink. What about my bandana? What can we do with the bandana here? We can make it like a pink, maybe? Pink? Pink? But then make this... I don't think that's that bad. Okay, so the pump that gives you better run, And then this one. Paste, okay, paste, okay. Now it's like a pink. Oh, wait. I just got deja vu. I think we talked about colors last February too, and someone was explaining Valentine's mascara. That sounds right. That sounds accurate. I believe it. I think I just wish that I could make the top just as red as this, as my bandana, I think is my problem, and then I'd be happy. I think that's what I want. Okay, you know what? Cancel. Let's go. I want to try a different outfit. I realize you are correct, and that is not the word that you said, and that what you said was completely different. You know, sometimes I don't read. Also, Valentine's Massacre makes a lot more sense because now I'm getting deja vu about it. But you know what? We never said I was smart, you know? We never said that. Where is the... I want a belt. I want a belt. Thank you for the head pet. I'm sorry that it's not showing right now, but I promise I'm receiving it. Where is the... No, not that one. Where's the... Did I turn it off? Or is it just in the overall? Oh, it's just part of the overalls. Damn. Okay. Elaine might do this. I feel like I'm watching you play a dress-up game. You are. And then... Oh, I clicked the wrong option. I was like, why is it taking forever? It's because I clicked the wrong one. It's loading, it's loading, it's loading. Vex got me that game, Kiwi. Vex got me that game. I'm gonna play it at some point, I promise. Very excited to play it. I'll make this red. I'm gonna make it red and I'm gonna call it good. Yeah, we're gonna play it at some point, I promise. Yeah, with only being able to see this much, I feel like it's not that bad. Yeah. Wait, we could bring the bow back? Hold on. No, we can't. Oh, fuck. I can imagine all the animal stems. Oh, yeah, dude. It's gonna be great. Actually, it's fine. I just want to put in a recolor. Okay. And then I'll make a hat. I'll make a hat later, but yeah. Want you to lose your. How can we go? Alright, Elena's good now. We just shared a bed. Okay, now to finish this. Okay. Finally, after a little bit, we're gonna finish this and then we're gonna get into work for today. Your eyes walked up like it's so. I felt so guilty last night. Like, it was almost hard for me to sleep. That's how guilty I was about the fact that I didn't finish this month. And do not worry, we still will be doing last month's cowboy theme pack. And I'll do my best, like, if we hit this month's goal as well, to do another one. I just feel bad because I feel like I'm lacking a little bit. Have me and pretend someone you never met. I've got all the... You got all of them? I only just... Last time I played, I got to tier 3. And that shit rocked my socks off a little bit as calcium. You got the blue one? Can you send me a screenshot of what the blue one looks like? I want to know what the blue one looks like, honestly. Why does my ear feel weird? I don't know what's going on with my ear right now. Doop. Oop. Oop. Merge down. Oh, I want the blue one. I want the blue one so bad, dude. I want the blue one real bad because I think it would look cute on calcium. Oops. Oh, I did them on the same layer. I'm a little silly. Merge down. Boop, boop. Oh, it's so cute! I want it. I want it. There's like so many things I want to do right now, but I can't because I have work to do. Responsibilities. Ooh, girl. Like an electric eel. Oh my god, there's an afro? What the fuck? How'd you get the afro? I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think that's gonna take shading. Is that really how that looks? No, because I'm dumb. What? There we go. This is the sketch. Just needs to go on top. And then this one, and then this one, and then we're gonna do a little bit of this. You gotta kill 500 kills with a clown mask item that makes thorns explode? Damn. I like how much it blends in with its skin. It's funny. Tricky. Okay. Oops. Looks funny on Sir Oofy. Oh, I bet it does. Okay. Outline. Color. Sketch. These are the petals. And then I might make this a more saturated red. Color. Yeah, and then do not continuous. And then this is gonna be a multiply. Actually, does color burn look good? Color burn kind of looks good. Okay, cool. I've been oh, I'm dying. I've been really enjoying the color mixture of using color burn instead of multiply, and then color dodge for highlights. I don't know why, but I like it a lot. I think it looks nice. I'll take you for... I have a headache. Why the fuck do I have a headache right now? I cannot have a headache right now. I haven't even done any work yet. Bruh. Bruh. Break your bed and then your sofa. I wanna pull you closer. Okay, what those words mean? Huh? I don't know either. Don't worry, I've already forgotten, so don't worry. That doesn't matter. Oh, it's the way that colors multiply on each other. So even though I don't know mathematically what it does, if you look at the shadow, here, I'll make it 100% so you can see it better. So you see this? This is our shadow color, right? If I use multiply, it makes it like really dark. But then if I make it color burn, it like makes it more saturated. I think multiply adds black, color burn adds saturation. I think that's how that works if I were to guess. And I like it when shadows like this are more saturated. That's what that means. And then I think that's the same. I think screen adds white. I think color dodge adds saturation, I think is how that works. That one thing. That one thing. Like it lightens it but gives it more saturation. Well, it doubles the color value. I don't know what burn. Okay, hold on. Let me look it up. I don't want to be wrong now. Multiply versus... Watch it be opposite. Color burn. Multiply acts like stacking transparent filters, darkening images uniformly based on the color value. Color burn increases contrast to produce a much stronger, more saturated, and drastic darkening effect, often creating a deeper, more intense shadow. Yeah. So, yeah, so I guess what technically it does is multiply gives it an even... So darker only will show you the darker tones. The tones darker than this blue, right? And then, oh, I don't have a pen. Where the fuck is my mouse? We'll only show you the colors that are darker than this blue in terms of value. With multiply, it takes everything that is that shade of blue and enhances it. This one takes the color that it is and then saturates it. And then plus darker, I don't know what that means. So, editing class, listen. You're welcome. And then, yeah, it looks like Color Dodge does the same thing where it screen only takes that color and brings it to the front. Whereas Color Dodge takes those values and saturates them. Neverender makes my brain happy. What does that mean? What's that? Also, welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. That's a song. Oh, this is a good song. Saturation, yes. I like it when my pieces get more saturated with light. Technically, I think how it works is, well, I guess it depends, but I think like how I like to do it is technically light saturates and then darkness desaturates. But if I do that, then it's kind of like, then a lot of the shadows and the outline will be the same because typically my outline color is a desaturated form of the base color. So look at that, the little baby. Your stream schedule is so nice. Huh? Huh? Do you mean the time at which I stream or the schedule, the infographic? Or all of the above? Could be all of the above. My neck hurts, bro. I'm dying. Hold on. I need to move stuff. Hold on. I need to see if I can pop my neck. I cannot. All of the above. Pog. Well, I'm glad you like it. I like it too. Very comfy. Did I take my meds? I didn't take my meds. I don't know. Fuck it, we take them all. Fuck it, we ball. They are in my belly now. Okay, well, that's fine. Oh, man, I really thought I took that earlier. No wonder my brain's been so bleh. Man. Whatever. Cries a little bit. I was like, damn, I'm usually pretty good about making these milk beans, like, pretty unique and fun on, like, I would like to say, like, first or second try normally. So I was really confused when my brain was like, I can't think of nothing. Now everything makes sense again. Boop. And then I want to take a deeper red. I'm going to make the milk bean a deeper red. And then we're going to go into the customs because there it is. Because I want the eyelashes. I'll make them even darker. Is this the one? No, this is the other one. Okay. Okay, cool. There are plenty of things I still need to do. Antenna logo. Sparkle. Huh? There we go. A beta. Actually, this would be this color. Sorry. Sorry if that meteor eyes bleed, my bad. Maybe I do want them to be white. I'm seeing red. That makes sense. Sparkle, rose meat. Nope, give me a bag. Also, give me honey. I need this here, and then I'm going to... I'm sorry I'm being lazy. I really didn't plan for this month because I'm ooped. Hue. Saturation. Life was rough. I didn't wake up. What does this mean? You okay, bud? Oh my god, that is such a cute color. Oh my god, that's so cute. This is a good One Piece song. It does kind of feel like a One Piece song, doesn't it? Oh, she's so cute now. Sorry. It was a little dramatic at the end. So, Chico, give me this blush. There's a song that goes, life was rushed, I rose up, said enough was enough, but I didn't wake up. Damn. Damn. That's a little spooky, bruh. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this, she's so cute! Sound like you swallowed a lung. I choked on my own spit. That's all. Wait, I'm gonna put it on. It's a UK banger, but I don't think you'd like it. Thoughts? Do it anyway. Do it anyway, because I always think that music is actually I think I lied about it. No, I like it. Because I always think that you gotta be open to music of all kinds. Yeah, maybe I won't like it, but I think we should still be exposed to it, because it could be something I do like. And we won't know if we don't try, so. Love me now, can't make you love me. Can't make you love me, no, I can't make you. I'll try anything once. Unless it's illegal. Actually. I love those. Send this to your listens. I love those. Send this to your listen to everything friend videos. I do like this as well. Because some of those fucking slap, dude. No, can't make you love me, no. Oh, our little princess is so cute. Ah, she's just a little princess, dude. Petals. Okay, and then she deserves a little heart right here. Oh. Overlay. There's a guy who has a series where he listens to random genres every day, and there are subgenres I never imagined. That's fair. There are a lot of subgenres of music that get into the nitty gritty, and I sometimes get curious of why people want to get so particular about it, but teach their own. Okay, there's our Rosie Maiden. I like the base of this. Hello. I would. Can you look at this little bean? It's the Rose Maiden. I like it. Yeah.
That looks pretty slick.
She's the Rose Maiden. I reused the skin, or the inside from the honey one, and then I made it like a luminosity, and it made this pink, and I really liked it.
It's very nice.
And I got... Oh, and I closed it. We were learning about the difference between multiply and color burn, because I really like color burn for shadows and color dodge for highlights.
Yeah, they have a different effect. Makes sense.
I think it's a thing where it fits the vibe of the general genre, but it's different, and either that's a specific artist style or people want to copy it. That's fair. I like the bean. I'm glad you like the bean.
Oh, I see you're red too.
Yeah, it's Love Month.
You be red the whole month?
Yeah, probably. Are you judging?
No, I'm not. I was just surprised.
Where's Love Month? Oh, I want to put in the punch card. That bean is the queen of the forest. She is the Rose Maiden. I feel like that's pretty appropriate. Rose Maiden. Wish I was a bean and that I didn't need to have money. I think a lot of people wish they didn't need to have money. I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. I don't think I know one person that doesn't wish they didn't need to have money in life. Fruit. Had a lot of fruit. What was the other one I'm doing? I've already forgotten. Oh, Kiss Me Bear. It's the Kiss Me. Kisses. Yeah, Kiss Me Bear. That's what I'll call him. I gotta go to the bathroom again, guys. Alright, let me fix this and I'm gonna go bathroom really quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick and then we'll work on the last one. And then while I go to the bathroom, I like this song though. It feels tough. But I will raise you this song that I heard. I think Pocky might have played it or just might have played. I really like it. And so you can listen to that while I go to the restroom. And I do this so that way I can have that there. Okay. I'll be right back. Who? You. I don't know if you played it or if it played when you were suggesting music, but I really like the song that's about to play. So, yeah. Be right back. I think it was just playing. It was suggested when you were suggesting music, and that's why I associate it with you. So thank you for the song request, Kiwi. Let's get into this. Let's finish her up. Let's finish him up, shall we? Finding files. Custom bean. Oh, it's in the gear bean. Easily. I have bear ears in here. Maybe I sent it, I don't remember. I don't remember either, but that's okay. Kisses vendor. I say kisses vendor or kiss vendor? Kiss vendor. Sound like 80 songs, maybe. I don't know. Could be. Fair. Finally found my new PFP. Oh! That's so cool. What's it look like? Teddy bear. I like the color. Oh, I like the colors of this one, actually. New. Actually, I want this brown. Oops. Oh. And it's a PNG of my model I'm making. Ooh, very cute. It's very cute. That's very exciting. I need this one. I need to go in here. Go into the wardrobe. Chocolate kisses. Oh my god! Hello, Fruitbat. Thank you for the tier 2 sub for 9 months. 9 months. Holy shit. You deserve a preggers. A little fetal bean. I shall draw you up. I gotta start making notes. I gotta start making notes, bro. Fetal 9-month beans. Next. Fruit bat. Oh, thank you, sir. But thank you so much. Thank you. I was given a pretzel as a snack. Nom nom. Thank you for checking. Much appreciated. I appreciate it very much. It's like the hot dog vendors. Oh man, those are bigger than I thought. Thank you for another song request. Hot. What is this? Thank you for the wellness show. Let me drink some water. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm excited. I bet I'll be bumping. Boop. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Just making little beans. Little beans. Boop. There we go. Austria is a big country for techno and raves and shit. I could see that. I could see that. A lot of my friends really like raves, or a handful of my friends really do. I can see it all. Alright, what color is this? It's usually white. I think I made it blue. Used to be also the drum and bass, but it's kind of dead now since Corona. That is fair. I'm sure that COVID killed quite a bit of like raving and like club culture. Hi. What?
Would you like me to leave this movie in the fridge so I can make breakfast tomorrow for you?
Oh. Only if you want it. Okay. Oh. Holy shit, the chopper dog from One Piece is real. It's all BLT. Wait, it should be like $1. Wait, this is really hard to do. Thank you for the boop. Make it this thin, it's fine. $1 kisses. This is really hard to write. I'll take this. There we go. I want to give him a little vendor hot dog hat. It'll have like a little heart on it. You need an M with 2 Oh! Smart. Do it like this. For kisses. Put a heart on this side too. This heart looks kind of bunk though. This heart looks real fucking bunk though, chat. That's fine. That works. And then I think he's gotta have like the little outfit to go with it, I think. And I gotta fill the thing, but I will do that after I do the rest of it, I think. Delete. Okay. He's gotta have a little baby. Little baby's gotta have this little thing here. I want to make him look like a little like nerd. Boop. And then it'll be like this. And then do they have like a call? Yeah, they're like this. Oh, I like this one a lot. It's got a little bow tie. Hold on. Whoop. Oops. I need to make this thicker. Go one over your little butt. And then this goes like this. And then it's gonna go out like this. And like this. It's like not wide enough, I think, for the collar though. That was quite nice. I quite enjoyed that. That was good hype. I like Glass Animals. I've been listening to them a lot recently. Boy, when you left you were young. Welcome back. How was the movie? Did you have a good time? I think I did this bad. Let me do it like this. I want get dizzy on caffeine. Friends make you laugh. I loved it. I'm so glad. I'm glad you enjoyed it, because I know you mentioned you were a little worried about not liking it because of the fact that you don't really do horror, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. So it's a suspense horror. Oh, okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Make it right. Life is back to fun. I'll probably watch it once I get over the idea of, like, well, I'd rather just play it. Once I get over that sentimentality, I'll probably watch it. Boy, I want you to be happy.
Main content.
Gems! Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 6 motherfucking months. I hope you're doing well, bud. You feel that way about the Minecraft movie? Kind of. I kind of just would rather play Minecraft than fucking watch Minecraft. I'd rather watch a Jack Black movie while playing Minecraft than watch the Minecraft movie a lot of the times. Because it didn't have a much of a cheap jump shot. That's fair. That's what we were hoping for, so I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm doing good. I love the little vibration, little guy. You're just vibrating with happiness. Mother at your side, and you know you can mind. Make you fine. Maybe a little bit lighter. And then we gotta take this guy, and then I gotta get it to where the stripes. There's stripes in here, I think. Maybe you're just a little bit. Shems, why do you have to work in the middle of our collabs? I want you to hang out for longer, but you're a big adult that has a normal fucking job that you gotta go to, I guess. It's very silly. You should just stay and hang out with us. Still a little confused on some parts, but I'm sure that it can be solved by watching the game lore videos on YouTube. Fair. I have that job. Don't say that. I love and hate Thursday so much. Why do you like it? I'd like to know why you like it. Because it feels like such an inconvenient time, but I don't have your job, so I don't know what it's like, you know? And money goes crazy on third. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Now he needs a little bow tie. I might change this to be a bit more like this. Boop. What job? Think like warehouse job. I could be wrong. Please don't tell me if I'm wrong. Actually, do tell me if I'm wrong. Was this song? The effing job. Billie Jean, Michael Jackson. I got you. Billie Jean. I got it. I'll add it. This is true. You want the Thriller remix? The fuck? Who is it? Cheese. Is it this one? I think it might be this one, IDQ. Sorry if I got it wrong. I didn't know there's like 50 in there. 50 versions of the song. Okay. A long goodbye on the other side of life I know. And it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be with you in paradise. My brother. Somewhere I can go. I walk this world alone. Oops. Boop, boop. Oh no, I can't do the sleeves like that because they blend in. Fuck. I just wanted to have be a little guy. Stop it. I love that I can use 1/3 of the grab emote as a dab emote. That is pretty nice. Or like a beauty queen on the beauty scene. Mama, who mean I am the one. I just make this dark brown so you can see his paws better. I am the one. Merge down. This is the suit. Kisses. And then that's his little box. Is there anything else that I'm missing other than like a hat? I'm probably a young girl's heart. I think I'll give him sparkly eyes. Becomes truth, yeah. Billie Jean is not my lover. The girl that I am the one. Yeah, I can see that. Damn, what the fuck? I simply start existing. Well, you exist good. I like the way you exist. Okay, let's see if I can get something nice out of this. Hold on. I kind of want him to look a little more chocolatey. I'm on fast. And but you always think twice. Baby, good eyes are like mine. Merge down. Can I do like a thing though with this? Can I like hue it? Billie Jean is not my lover. Better but wrong. What? Adjustments. My lover. Apply. Kid is not my son. We are beautiful in the way we exist. Everyone exists in a beautiful way. Humans are complex yet simple creatures. We are. And it's cool that we get to live in the life that we live. Because we're unique. It's a competition and I'm winning. As long as you're happy, that's all I care about. It is not my son. Okay, Sparkles, bear ears. He needs a little hat. Like the Costco hot dog hats. Like a little boat hat. Like this. And then like this. Except I'm bad at this. Jean is not my lover. Jean is not my lover. Jean is... Wait, what the fuck is the hot dog? Like a hot dog vendor hat. Oh, it's that. It's in the front. It's like this. Okay, hold on. Oh, it looks like a little rosebud, actually. That's kind of nice. Kind of on theme. Oh, it goes in. And this part goes in. And then... Have you ever seen the video a vendor Idols Japan has for their baseball games? I have not. Are they cool? Look, he's a little vendor. He's a little kiss vendor. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Don't you want to give him a little kiss? You want to give him a little kiss? Hat. Alright, now I gotta make a heart. I gotta make this heart really nice, so give me a minute. Don't comment on it. Just wait. Okay, just wait. Oops. Tag. Negative. And then do I want to add a little? I think I want to add a little bit to the bottom. There we go. Oh. There you go. And then I want to duplicate it. Oh. What would duplicate it? go. Down. Then I want like a gold color. And then hard to not be happy when your brain is wired in a way that makes it hard to care about endless problems. Another, which is the most sarcastic thing you'll hear me say without joking. It's a good thing. Sometimes it's okay to be narcissistic, you know? I will look at that in 2 seconds. I want to find an image of this thing. Okay, well, the hard drive is going to take a second to load, so we'll look at this first.
Around carrying huge kegs of beer on their backs that sometimes weigh over 10 kilos. Although they may seem like regular beer vendors, you'll notice that almost all of them are young, attractive, and maybe even overly friendly. Next time you go to a game in Japan, pay attention to how they remember customers' names, strike up conversations, and conveniently show up right when you're about to finish your beer. These Rico girls get commission on top of their base salary, and they do what they can to make loyal customers. Many of these girls have
That makes
loyal
sense. I mean, they're
fans
essentially
will follow them
bartenders.
to a game or only buy beer from them in hopes to build a bond or show support to their favorite girl. This has become a whole culture in Japanese baseball. And because it's so
That's
widely
fucking
known,
crazy.
some girls aspiring to be idols will even become an uriko just to get a head start on their career by gaining loyal fans at these games. I bet you didn't know about
That's fair. I mean, listen. Baseball fans have a lot of money. Baseball seats ain't cheap. This is where I need to go where they give you beer when I feel heck yeah, heck yeah. All I'm saying is like, you get it, girls. You get it, girls. Chocolate. Okay. No breaks, what the hell? What? Huh? Actually, can I just do this? I'm getting hammered. Hey, man. You do what you gotta do to support them ladies, you know? I don't like that L. How do you do like a calligraphy love? When fully explaining how my brain works, thinks it sounds sad to others, but find me stunted emotions are surprisingly nice when it doesn't stunt happiness. That is fair. That is fair. I mean, listen, I don't care how you live as long as you yourself can make yourself happy without inflicting pain onto others. That's my biggest thing. As long as you're doing you and you're having a good time and those around you are having a good time, that's all that matters. And loving yourself is so fucking hard, especially in today's society. So if you can muster the strength to love yourself, keep it. Love yourself even when it sucks. I've had to learn that, and it's taken a long time. I'm not even there yet, to be fair. But I'm going at it day by day. Alright, I want to write a calligraphy word of love. Alright, L-O-V-E. That almost didn't fit. Holy shit. This is Pocky in Japan drinking at fucking baseball games. This is really great when I can cut out shitty people without any guilt. That's the biggest thing. On God, that is a really big thing because that's a thing people, millions of people struggle with because it's a thing where like if you can't do that, then it's like you're gonna get stuck in a cycle. Yeah, we are, because Pocky's here. Pocky got good house music taste. Merge down. Heart. What just happened? I gotta duplicate that. It's gonna make me feel bad. Love heart. Doesn't matter if you're family or best friend. It turns out you suck as a person. You're gone. It's a good way to live. There is no. I would say personally, there is not enough time in life to justify, caring for people that don't want you to protect your peace. Is all I'm gonna say. There is just not enough time in the world for that. The word love is getting really, really fucked up with this. You guys are missing out with German music. That's bad for you. What's bad for us? The fact that we don't listen to German music, or that the German music is bad for us? Or all of the above? Oop. Okay. Push down. No, you're missing out on all the stuff that's happening. I mean, listen. Listen, I'm poor. And that's the like, oh man, I wish I was there to see it shit. That's fair. I mean, listen, I'm poor. What do you want from me? I can't go to Germany. It's so far away. Yeah, I want to do it like this. Duplicate. Merge down. Not that one. I think I could actually only do 2. I think this is a 2-row thing. Layer. Multiply poop. Merge down, duplicate. Should read all about it. No, I like this more. Layer. Duplicate. Hold on, I'm locking in. Hold on. I will look at chat in 10 seconds. I'm just locking in really quick. A place full of happy people. Only problem is it's hard for me to understand other people's logic. You don't have to understand people's logic. I don't think that's a requirement of being in a place. My friend's family sucks. He wants to look at that. He can't. It's bullshit to me. I think it's more. It's not that he can't. More than likely, your friend. It's not that your friend can't. It's more than likely is your friend has so much of a bond with their family that they are holding on to that's not what they can't let go of. Like, as someone who is very much trauma bonded with my own family, it's a thing where, like, as much as it, like, maybe isn't good for you to still care about those people, it is so unbelievably hard to let them go because you've cared for them already for so long. It's like breaking a habit, right? Like, you'll hear someone be like, "Oh, I just can't do this." It's like, well, they can. It's just they're so ingrained into that habit that it's very hard. Breaking habits is a very hard thing for people to do. But I've never experienced that, so it doesn't make sense to me, and that's okay. You don't ever have to experience it. I hope you don't have to experience it, you know? Boop, boop. We go. Inverse. Merge down, merge down. Okay, come on. He's kind of cute. He's kind of cute, though. Come on. He's a little cute, though. He's just a little guy. I think I'm going to give him a bit more of, like, a cream-colored box. I think his box could be a little bit more cream-colored, but other than that, he's kind of perfect. Yeah, Kiwi's got a good perspective on it. But also, if you never want to understand it and you never do understand it, that's okay. You never have to. I'll take the kisses. I'll take all the kisses, my good bean. Yeah, I kind of want to rewrite kisses, but I think it's got its charm, so it's got to stay, I think. Okay, this one's gonna go in here. This one's gonna go in resources, so I can keep that. And then we're going to do this as kiss vendor. All right, we did it. It only took me four and a half hours, but we got through it, and I did it. Okie dokie, and now I just gotta add that guy to here. And then I have to update the milk bean box, and then you guys can have it, okay? I'm thinking because this is a short month, and I was talking about it with Pixels, I will... because it is a short month and I was late on finishing them, I will be doing a thing where, I think the last day maybe, or the last 2 days, we can have a few more, we can have, I'll do like you can get more than 3 a day, or discount them, I don't know which. Probably get more a day is what I'm thinking. There we go. Okay, and this is export. This is card 5. Card set 5, save. I still have to do that too. Okay, this one is good. Close. I'll do that one in a second. Let me open Stream Elements. And let me also start marking up for the bean box. Oop. Aqua beans. Love is in the air. Oh, I didn't make the hat yet. Okay, let me make the hat really quick. So I also need to make that. We need honorable mentions. And then I need to grab the card that we just made. And then I also have to make the hat really quick. So that is super easy. Lemon squeezy, because I already know what it's going to look like. Why did it squish it? What the fuck? Why did it squish it? Hello? Oh, what is this? Hmm. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then... Dashboard. Dashboard. Streaming tools. Overlays. Duplicate. Edit. Chat message. Jesus BB set 5. Dev tools. Yes. Save. No. Save. Close that. Close that. Customizations. That's fine. Sounds fine. Change image. Upload. Can I upload all of them? I don't know why I closed this. Upload. Upload. And then can I upload all of these? And then I got 3 more to upload, which are the custom ones. This one, and this one. Okay. I'll submit. Word 1, change image will be submit. This one is called Cupid. 2, change. This one is Cuddly Kitty. And then this one is Bon Bon. This one is gonna be Ray. Where's Ray? There he is. Ray Sirena. I'm just gonna make sure I'm spelling Ray's name right. Yes, I am. Okay. That is most important. Change image. Nixie Nova. The Nixie Nova. And then Hoya Nightshade. Reward 7 is Rose Maiden. Made Bean? I'm making it Rose Made Bean. I know it's not going to match the card, but it's too late. I've already changed it, and I've done. That's fine. Kiss vendor. Save. And then I think it's good now. I just need to turn on the thing. Please, no one click it until I can verify that it'll give us what we need. I love you guys very much. Thank you for being patient with me. Not that one. Vocal stand, smiling friend stamp, milk bean box. And then this one, redeem. Fuck. Oh, it's because I didn't turn off the other one. Hold on. And this is why Elaine tests it. You don't test it. Don't test it. Still don't test it. It's still broken. Still broken. Get your trigger finger off. Take your trigger finger off. Save, close, edit. Blind box this one. 5, save. Can I test it again? "12 seconds. There you go. What? It didn't do anything. Okay, hold on. What the fuck? Oh, I know why it's not working, because I'm dumb. Okay. Now it should work. There you go. Okay, have fun. Shouldn't make like a thing for that, shouldn't I? I guess I could do that. I guess I can make a thing for it really quick. Title, this was the 2nd of February. What was the stream title yesterday? I don't remember. Did I write it down in here? I didn't, because I'm a little silly. Boop. It was the second one. I did do the first one. I didn't even get to play any Mega Bonk yesterday. Didn't even do any Procreate either. See, the beans have been unleashed. They are just unleashed. You literally, you're seeing them as they are unleashed. Like this, they were right now in this current moment. JPEG, medium quality, export. Pixels, how do you pop your neck in the way that you do? I feel like you pop an area that's like deeper that like I just don't do. Part 2 for a bit, but have a good beaning to everyone. Thank you. Okay. Ugh. I just did overall stretches. One more big stretch. Ugh. Okay. Big old stretch. Everybody please make sure to stretch. Stretching is good for you. Feb 2. And then today... You think so? That's fair. Me now. Affinity, DaVinci, and then hopefully some other things today. Yeah, we're good on that. And now I'm going to, because I'm still on this thing, I'd like to... I don't know if I'm going to use these anymore, so I think I'm just going to put these in Do I not have an old? Old. Live now old. There you go. Yeah, my mic waved. This one. Maybe you might get that whole gang of friends. That'd be cool. Like a lethal company there you go. And then Mimesies. And I see this one, but where is the logo for that one? Oh, there it is. It's right there. That one is RV there yet. It's just fun. I like this one a lot. Okay, this one. But tomorrow we are doing repo with Indy's not gonna be there. I'm trying to call this name so that I don't have to keep messing with it. TNS Teeny. Zoe will not be there because we already have too many people. Indy will not be there. But we will have Buffy and Pancake tomorrow. Buffy's like technically bigger. Buffy, Mark. And then Pancake. Pancake fits right there, right nice. Yeah, she fits there really nicely, so I think I'm just going to keep that there. And put this above her. Actually, this would be nice in front of everyone as well. Actually, I'll just leave it on top. And then I'll make Ghost big. I think I have normal Ghost. I don't have a PNG of normal Ghost. I don't have a PNG of normal Ghost. What? Where? I thought I asked for a PNG from Ghost before. Ghost. Image. That's the reference sheet. I could have sworn I had one. I'm screaming. Okay, and then Elaine's gotta highlight this. I gotta highlight yesterday's VOD. You know, sometimes I do all these things, like making sure that I have thumbnails for collabs and VODs, and uploading my VODs and making videos. And sometimes, my little baby brain goes, I hope that this is worth it. And I hope that, like, all of this pays off someday. That, you know, maybe someday someone will be like, oh shit, Elaine's got like 50 VODs. That's so cool. I will watch them. Or they'll put them on in the background someday. Or they'll be like, damn, Elaine is kind of cool. She's got, I don't know. I just hope it pays off someday. That's all I want. For me, can you save my heavy dirty soul? Oh my god, Miu, 9 months? 9 months? I regret to ask you this, but may I draw you as a fetus? May I draw your bean as a fetus? Because we now... Yes, okay. I'll draw your... I want to make you an emote first. I'm going to do that first. But
Do it.
I was thinking about making people into little fetuses if they have 9 months. Do it, but... I don't know if I'm going to make it more around a character or if we'll make it more like... more beanie. More beanie or more normal? I don't know yet. I feel like more beanie would make sense because, like, Elaine, good news. What's the good news? Does your monitor still work? Does your monitor still work? Yes. Let's go! Fuck yeah. PNG. No, this needs to be a PNG export. Twitch. Fried potatoes. Thumbnail. Or bam. Can you save my... Plus, I have another in my closet, apparently. Damn. Fuck yeah. That's good. I'm glad. Because, like, that would kind of suck, honestly. So, I'm glad you had an extra one. Also, I want to... Because I have this file open, I'm just going to do this really quick. Content, turn that off. Take this guy from this folder. This is not the song I thought it was for a second. It makes me a little bit sad, but that's okay. I'll make it smaller. Actually, undo that. Oh, this is definitely not gonna be over here, and then I'll be over here. And then I'll do a different... Actually, let me change this. Hi, Pella. That one will be for today's, and then tomorrow's I'll have the excited one. Yes, sir. That's my plan. Save. Okie dokie. That is all good to go now. Ew, just discovered a pimple. You know what that means? Poppin' time? Does that mean it's poppin' time? Carve that shit out with it. Don't carve it out with a knife. That's not good for your skin. What's in my email? Do I have anything in my email? No. Okay. Oh no, we'll do it as a reward. It's like a reward. What I'm gonna do is I bought Emote Lab. For those of you who don't know, it's a very cost-effective way to create emotes, and I bought it, and it's because it was on sale for like $8. It was like $10, but I think as like a hey, we released our thing, it's like $8. So I bought it. Thank you for the chicken wife. I love you. And so I bought it. So as a reward for getting our work done, we'll play with that today. And then once we get done with playing with that, if we have time, I'll probably draw. And then if I have, and then I don't know, maybe tomorrow we'll do the My Voice Zoo thing. Alright, let's do the Did You Know video. The skin be damned, it only hinders me. Okay, fair. I mean, if you don't care, then it's actually, like, honestly, it's like whatever. If you don't care, that's fine. You know? I'm really hoping that my brain will give me a second wind because I took my Adderall late. But I'm also very afraid it's gonna keep me up late, but we'll see. Maybe it'll just make me super effective at doing this, and then we'll be great. Yeah. Oh man, horse butts making red rockets. Quick, please. I want to open bye-byes. But how are you doing? Oh, thank you, wife. I love you so much, wife. As always, I just need to complain. Not too much cramping. Measurement. I've been saving up my milk to be able to blind box. I'm so ready. Oh my god! Oh my god! I forgot. We had one more thing to make with the blind box. We're going back. Hold on, we're going back. I forgot one thing. And likely, if I'm honest, the arguably most important thing. We gotta go back. Hold on. Glad I reminded you. Thank you, wife. I think you reminded me because, like, when I feel like whenever you figure out what the head is, you're like, oh, I want it, you know? And so it just kind of reminded me of that. All right, so where's the gear sprite? Okay, there we go. Label, this one on top. Okay, shift N. Okay, and then I gotta grab the affinity file. I feel like I'm like shrimping, but I know for a fact I'm not shrimping this time. And I think it's just my back feeling weird because I'm like sitting up straight for longer than I normally do. I don't know, I'm like kind of all uncomfy. I don't know. All right, it's this. Okay, so copy image, file new. I want this light pink. Actually, give me the dark pink first. 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then actually, I don't. Actually, I kind of want to do 2 this month. I low-key kind of want to do 2 this month. Because, like, there are, like, so many Valentine's things that you can have. Wait, no, I know how to do it. Yeah. On the 13th, we'll be streaming. And if you show up on the 13th, I'll give you another, the Valentine's Day special, like, extra accessory, I think will be the plan. It'll be, I'll tell you what it is. It's going to be little heart glasses, like glasses that look like hearts. Or glass with heart lenses. Why can't I draw out this line? This line is being impossible. need the lighter pink. Actually. This looks a little silly, I think. It needs to be a little bit. Hold on, let me get animal ears. Because I wanted the ears to be able to peek out of this. There he goes. Man, I'm getting sleepy early today. Hey, if you need rest, please get rest. I mean, you did go do something outside today. I mean, you did have class today, right? Too sleepy to play video games? That's okay. That's what you just save up your energy to go for another day. It's okay. Yeah, for like 45 minutes. It's okay. Listen, that still counts. Even if you don't feel like it does, it still counts. Oh my god, wait, these could look like little hearts. Does that look a little bit like penises? I think that looked a little bit like penis. I was like, I don't want to do that. Okay, there you go. Never dies. I love the Rose Maid of Me. Isn't she pretty? Oh, I'm so glad you like it. I think she came out really pretty. Who knows? Maybe your body's like, tomorrow's gonna be a taxing day. Let's get some rest. But regardless, maybe you're just like, you know, maybe your body's just like, all right, we're gonna chill for a little bit, and then we'll get a second wind. You know? That's like how my body is. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 2 seconds. Alright. Hold on, let me also do some stretching. Because I got yelled at for not stretching with the wellness check, so hold on. This is stretching a part of my ribs that I've never stretched before. Ah. Okay. I'd be pissed if I got a second one right now. I have to be in bed in 2 hours. That's fair. I mean, you could, maybe it's just, you know, a bit of that sleep deprivation getting to you a little bit then. That could be it. Oh, it was a TikTok. Fuck. It was a TikTok that I saw this thing that I have an idea for. Or is it an eyeball? No, it had like a bounce light thing. I think it was a gem. Like an orb? I think it was like something like this. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, I'm on Newgrounds? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me save this. Since, you know, Flash is dying and all that. Alright, so add a darker color. So it needs a little bit of a lighter color then. Okay, and then a bit of a darker color. Darker color, and then add a surface shine, which is a bit lighter. Actually, I do it like this. And then add a backlight, which I would say is the same color as this. Add a specular light, that's the really hard light. Add a reflected light to the outside. Redo. Where's a blur tool? Duplicate. I think the only reason why this doesn't look as good as it could is because it is not blurred. Actually, is the Rose Maiden based off someone? There was Rose inspired characters. Images. It was not anyone in particular, but I saw this concept. This concept for this Rose Warrior, and I was like, it was this specifically, and I was like, I love how this rose is like a hood. And so I used that. And then I made a rose hood. But I really liked how these turned out. And so it's... Do it. Do it. You can have it. I'm not going to do anything with it. Literally, in my brain, Miyu, you are the definition of Valentine's Day. So if you want it, you can have it. My only request is that if you ever put credits anywhere, if I could have credit for making your Valentine, that'd be, like, super cool. But, like, no. You flirting on stream. Shut the fuck up, Kiwi. Shut the fuck up, Kiwi. Let me have a little pizzazz. Shit, man. Of course, thank you, Mew. But yeah, you can have it. The only thing I'm using it for is for these beans, so. I can't believe Kiwi in here trying to be like, ew. Kiwi, you flirted with your wife at one point. I really like this one. This example. Do they have more of these? Oh yeah. I can do that for you right now because I'm on this computer. Not in public, perv. Listen, my love for people cannot be contained. This is high key. If yeah, Florida. Vex, shut the fuck up. You don't get to say shit. You do not get to say shit. But low-key, this is why I don't play games with Pixels on stream. Because I cannot. I love him too much. Teehee. Goober. Ooh, Minecraft stuff. Yo, who the fuck is this? Yo, this person's art is sick. What the fuck? Well, they're on Newgrounds, and it makes me nervous because maybe they're a bad person. But thank you for the song request. Color of the base body. Dude, this shit is sick. Wanna make a rain, wanna take the smooth and sand. Born. Excuse me? What? What are we talking about now? Oh, Pooh, you got it. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay. Here, I'll give you another one. Oh. Very, very, very tame poots. We had one the other day that lasted for like 5 minutes. Because they're random. We had one that like lasted for like I feel like it was like a solid 5 minutes. I said what I said. You know what? Fair game. I can't dispute. Oh shit. I did this a little bit off. Okay. I do like that, and then I felt when I saw these. Alright, send me something. Boop, boop. Da na 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 na. Oh oh oh. I should have done this one as a color dodge, I think. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now you can flirt. Oh, shit! Yo, Miu. Yo, Miu. Hold on, wait. Hey, Miu. Have you drinking your wild kitten? From the widow? That's as much as I can flirt. That's all I got, dude. That's all I got. I don't know. I'm just a memer, man. To pretend I know you're not a fool. Voice to explore and whatnot. Have a good time in the void. Thank you for hanging out. We will be here. I'll dance with you. Ho ho. Ooh, I do not like that. But first, it never end. Goodness. Wow, you should be racking up some of them boxes. Maybe I need to make more stuff for you guys to redeem. Ignorance is kind. In the truth. Pain is. Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh my god, that's one of the emote lab emotes. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's so way. Thanksgiving. I can't blur it. Why can't I blur it? Oh, this one. Saving for a cool mid kid, anywho. Oh, fair. Fair. I commend you. I am surprised. I thought, like, honestly, when I made that, I was like, people are gonna see that, they're gonna look at it, and then they're gonna be like, I don't want to do this. Elaine, that's dumb. And I was like, it's better this way. Hurt each other with the things we want to say. Until the blind box has wiped my shit. No one's gonna dance with me. I don't know. I did the Cool Milk Club thing when whatchamacallit. I saw Uber Hexer Nova do it, and then I was like, I want to do that too. But he's got like a lot of viewers, so I don't know. What the fuck? Gonna dance again. New layer. Cause I do blind box because I have no restraint. Hey, power to you, champ. Listen, I can't. I'm not out here judging. I am not out here to judge. Listen, you got them points only because I stream that much, you know? You may not have restraints on watching, but, you know, I don't have restraints on streaming, so it's kind of like a win-win for both of us, if you think about it. I give you entertainment, you get anything else that you probably ask for, so. Oh, color dodge white doesn't really do much. I might make this like a gradient or something. I feel like it's kind of lame. Like comparatively to the heart. Oops. Oh, I flattened it wrong. Shit. Well, that's fine, I can fix it. Boop. New layer, boop. Boop. What? Wanna feel something. Okay, here. It's a mix of Gamba, but also I need $1 million. No, that's fair.
Oh, baby!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Hello! Hello! Hello, Spooky Fox! How's it going? Hello, Ruby, my dear. How are you doing? How's everybody doing? How was routine? I don't know what that is, but it sounds fun. The show is in town. Welcome on in. How's it going? Welcome on in, Tiger May, Ruby, Troublemaker. Hello, hello. How's it going? I hope you're all having a wonderful day. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we're just here hanging out. I'm just making beans. I'm just making beans. So I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Just trying to blur this. It's a little hard. I don't know why. Maybe if I made the opacity higher, it'd be easier. It would be easier. I just gotta make sure it's this part. These beans are so cute. Thank you. Ruby, I wouldn't mind making one of you sometime. I make them of VTubers as well. I have a little folder for them. Make them of other VTubers. Routine is a space horror game. Very good. Pants were soiled. Homies need some decompressing. No fair. There's Gabby, Art Womble, Halky, Hoya Nightshade, Jersey BZ. There's me, Mew, my wife, Nahoka Veta, Nilbog, Neoma Lay. So that's so cute. Yeah, I'd love to. And if you have, typically I like to do them in batches of 3. So if you have any friends that you would like to also see as beans, let me know. What color is you? You're young and that's how. Welcome on in. Thank you, Spooky, for the raid. I hope you're doing wonderfully well. I hope life has been treating you wonderfully well. I appreciate the raid so fucking much. I realize I have a streak to say, woohoo! Thank you for the 25-day streak. Of course. I appreciate. Did you guys have fun? I saw, Spooky, I saw you commenting on Ambrosia's debut. Did you guys have a good time at the debut? I missed it, because I had D&D. But I hope you guys had fun there as well. I'm, like, so sad I missed it. I was like, fuck. Because I had D&D. What color is you? This feels bad. I don't think I like this. The twins are hilarious. Dude, I like the twins a lot. They're very sweet. I like them. They're very nice. Okay, I'm gonna make these tall. And I don't like how I did the shading on this. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I don't like this. I'm gonna undo all this smoothing. Hold on. There you go. It was not it, man. I need a more, like, baby pink. I'm stressing. Oh, no, what's the matter, love? What's happening? Talk to me. What's happening? Are you okay? I want to make these taller. What's the matter? I always like these a lot, doing this. Got so much I gotta do. Then one of the teachers tried to post their module late. They didn't even extend the deadline of stuff. Ew, what the fuck is wrong with them? Try to face a little bead. Hey, that is the kid! I'm sorry that happened to you. Fuck that teacher, though. I can't believe they wouldn't give you an extension for them fucking up. It's kind of really fucking annoying, if you ask me. I was gonna try to offer some advice, but most of the times when it comes to school being like that, most of the time my advice is just you gotta buck down and fucking bear with that shit, because if they're not gonna change it, no one can change it, kind of thing. Just another thing on my plate. No, that's totally fair. If you need to, I honestly would suggest emailing your professor if you can and be like, hey man, like, look, I get that I have to do this, but that fucking module was late as shit, man, and I have like 10 other classes, and this on top of it is not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if these colors make sense, but I'm gonna try them anyway. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. F them up. Like, what up, dog? Yeah, get in the face. Be like, fuck you. What up, dog? Fixed it. Basically, that ain't cool, man. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, that's so annoying. I'd be hounding them like a dog. I think at this point in my life, I'd be hounding them like a dog. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know if I would be hounding them like a dog if I was who I was a few years ago. But know that I'm proud of you, and if you need anything from me, please let me know. Because I'm here for you. Boop, 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 boop. That's not bad. That's so sweet. Thank you. Of course. No, on God. You're like one of my friends. So why wouldn't I? I care a lot about you guys. Literally, I just needed to vent. No, of course. Yeah. If anybody has to vent, like, I'm here to be vented. You know? Like, obviously, I can't help financially with a lot of things, because I know quite a few people have, financial stresses, and that totally makes sense. But, like, if I can help in, like, any other way, if you just need someone to talk to, if you just need someone to listen and judge the people that are fucking with you, I got you, on God. I think I don't like this because of the way that I did it, so I'm going to try to fix it. I think what's gotta happen is I have to pretend like it's being shaded. No, that doesn't make sense. We need tea time. On good. Oh my God. Low key, I wish I could have a thing where, like, I hold a cup of, like a drink or whatever. But I'm gonna be honest, I really wouldn't use that toggle all that often. I mean, I could probably find an arm toggle for it, to be fair. What is Elaine doing? What is Elaine doing? This is not how light works. Elaine doesn't know how light works. Actually, I don't know how light works at all, apparently. This is not how I want to do this. I'd rather do it... If the sun's coming on this side, and it's going to come like this. And then we're going to take the highlight. It's a bit like a sunspot. You have a save check. Much appreciated. I don't know if I like this. Oh, good note. The 3D interior room decor is almost done. Just need a few lamps and drapes. You're doing a rockin' job. Honestly, that shit that you're doing looks magnifique. I don't know if you've had experience with 3D before, but it looks really nice. Like, I'm really impressed. Boop. There we go. And then maybe if I do a stroke. Thank you. It's my first time running the 3D, to be honest. Those are a lot of interior phases. Probably topology stuff I gotta fix before rendering. No, that's fair. That's fair, but it still looks really nice. I still think it looks very nice. I want to move this guy. Actually, I want to move this guy. What did the... Hold on, I gotta look at how Moira looks, because... I think I know the problem. I think it's because this side is longer than the other side, and that's bugging me a little bit, I think. Gonna be lurking as I get ready for bed. No problem. Thank you so much again for the raid, Spooky. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a wonderful time getting ready for bed. My love. Touch my love. My love. Thank you for the hair patch. Thank you, thank you. I think the other problem is this is not like uniform around the bean, which is also bothering me a little bit. My love. There we go. The file stroke. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. FX outline. There you go. Except I don't really like this color. I think the problem is that these don't have an outline either, and that's bugging me. What? Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Oh, and boop. There we go. Line. Huh? There we go. Really feel like these gotta be higher. There you go. I do want this to be like a darker gray though. I feel like that would be nice. Maybe a bit darker. Darker. There you go. You guys like that? I think it's kind of cute. I think that's a bit better. I will say that the hat gives me a little, oops, a little bit of, what do you call it? Love snug. Or snug love. I'm gonna call it snug love. It gives me a little bit of, shrimp vibes because of color. Hello, Nox. Choose file. This is gonna be snug love. Export, save. Don't save. Also, hello, Nox. I hope you're doing well. Okay, now we can get into editing. Good lord. Oh! Mew just showed me something, and now I want something like it. Oh my god, that's so cute. Fuck. I didn't realize the beans were out. They just came out. Do not worry, my dear. They just came out. They just got released. I was gonna make the official, like, stream statement of it tomorrow. But yeah, they just came out, so. Not gonna lie, they're making me hungry for some chocolate. On God, I'm gonna be honest with my chat because you guys are kind of like my best friends. I'm feeling a bit chocolatey, so it makes sense. Mew, I want to look at that right now. Mew, I'm gonna look at this right now. You have no idea. Oh my god! Oh, this one's cute. Oh, I love how, like, it's got, oh my gosh. I don't, they're adoptables from this website. Oh, he's kind of cute. Mew got a fish one. This one's cute, though. Log in to follow, bro. I have, what? Okay, no one on chat, please don't buy this one. Please wait, please wait. Please don't buy this one, okay? Because I kind of want this one. Mew bought a fish one, though. Mew, can I show the one that you got? Oh my god, wait. Does this have, like, a pet thing, a name? It's got 5 hours, so I have time. Adopt. I want to look up adopt. Adoptables. They need a home. It says the content was filtered. Okay, thank God. Are there any cute other? Are there any others? Oh my god. Please. Oh my god, I'm about to go into a rant again about like how I want another little guy because Katie or Karina drew a little guy, and I know I can draw a little guy, but I really want someone else to give me a little guy because I want a little guy, and I don't know if I want to commission a new little guy because if I commission a new little guy, that means I have to come up with the ideas anyway, and I don't know how to feel about that, and it's driving me nuts. You got a fish one. Like, look at this one. You got this little fish one. The little row right here. This little weird. But, I mean, it's me. She can do it. But I kind of like this one. You can buy it now for $25. I kind of love him, though. I kind of want him. Oh my god, that's actually really good. But, like, are there any others? Oh my god. Wait, this person has, like, a little guy? Fuck. I don't know why. I'm so addicted to little guys. Wait, we should check Toy House. Oh my god, I have to check the people on Toy House, though. Hold on. I might get that little guy. But I want to see if any of the people that I follow on Toy House. Oh. Send baby, please. Those are people who do gotcha guys. Yeah, like, I just... Wait, did I check out Kitterlings the other day? I don't remember. Fuck. Hold on. Go Paste and I think Neoodles are the ones that I've been seeing. Oh my god, Neo, there was one that I was thinking of buying, and then I saw that Ghost had it, and I was like, fair. Let me go here. I don't know how to look through the site yet. Oh. Yeah, I don't think they have a lot of new ones. Look like a girlfriend that I had in February of last year. BRB, no problem. Shop front, mascot sonas. Shop front. Got any other little guys? I'm looking for little guys. I'm in the market for little guys. Are there any little guys around here? I'm sniffing around. Are there any little guys around? Are there any little guys for sale? Any little creatures that I'd like? Any little guys? Well, I'm sniffing around for some little guys. I do like Squeeble. Look at Squeeble. I can't look at Adobs. The last time I may have opened my wallet a tiny bit. That's fair. That's why I'm like trying to be super careful about it. Squeeble's kind of cute though. He's like a seal. What about this person? Did they have any others? They only have one. I wish I could find like more like just mascot ones specifically. I also don't know where I'd put them on stream. I've got Freddy's. Oh, the burger place, Freddy's? Smash Burger's place? We're looking at little guys because... Kiwi, were you here when I ranted about having a new little guy? Because if no, I'm going to take that opportunity. I'm going to tell you about the little guy. Or something we can't look at that on there. Okay, okay. Little guy. I'm sniffing. I'm sniffing real hard. Sniffing. I smell any little guys? I think so, but refresh my memory. Okay, so over on Blue Sky, Ocarina, which is an artist that I follow, is selling these little guys. Yes, thank you. And I really wanted this one, the fairy one. I really liked, or the goblin one, but I think I really like the fairy one because of its face. But I can't afford $180 because that's how much I'd have to pay to get the commercial licensing for it. And I'm like, fuck. And then I was like, I could make something inspired by it. And so I've been looking for a new little guy. And I'm like, I don't know where I'd put the little guy, but I just kind of want one. It's like for commercial, so that way you can also make like physical merch too, I guess. But I don't know. Shrug. I don't know. So Pixels talked me out of it, even though they're really cute. And I could probably just make my own. Stitch's cousins. On God, that's what I heard. That's what Pixel said. Is like it reminds him of like Pink Stitch. And so I've been on the lookout for a new little guy. And I'm kind of on God. I kind of like this one. He's kind of cool. I don't know if I'd keep like the buttons on the legs, but if it's mine, doesn't matter. He's a cat. He's a catfish, bro. Mew has a catfish. I kind of want this catfish. I kind of want him. Gur vibes, I know. I kind of want him. Because, like, these are the other ones they have. But I don't think I'd like the other ones because it was like a cat moth. And I'm like, that one's cute, but I don't think I really like that one. And, like, this one's pretty cute. They're a little scrunkly, but I don't know. Like, they're cute, but I don't know. And then, like, there's this one. It's like a grub guy, but I'm not really into the whole grub butt. And then, like, this one's cute, but And then this one's really cute, too. But, again. And I like this one a lot. And I like the one Mew got. This is the one Mew got. I think that one's really cute. I like this little butt piece right here. I don't know what this is, but I really like it. I like how they did the pleats as well. But, like, this one's really cute, too. So it's kind of fucking me up, and I don't know if I want him or not. And it's like a thing where, like, if someone else takes him before I take him, I'm like, am I gonna regret it? And, like, I could change him up a bit. That's a primordial pouch. Oh, is it the primordial? Okay. But, like, I could also give this guy a primordial pouch. You know, it's just like, that was questionable. I shouldn't have seen them on that website. They said they were gonna hide all that kind of stuff, but they didn't. I don't know. Do I want it? Kind of want it. I kind of want it. Wait, why are these like, are these $5 and this one's like, oh, it's $5. I can bid $5 or I can auto buy him. Oh shit!
No, our POV.
Hello, Ray! Welcome on in. Hello. Oh my God, it's the gang. The gang's all here. Let me show the gang not what I'm freaking out about. Hello. Oh my God, Yiba Phantom and VT Vessel, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing? As a little thank you for rating. Look at it's you. It's the gang. Wait, I can make it whiter. It's the gang. We double rating with half-eaten sushi. Half-eaten sushi. I love sushi, but welcome on in. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out here with us. It's so cute. I'm glad you like them. I'm doing great. Recently came out of the closet. I'm trans. Bi. My pronouns are she, her. My name is Ruby. Welcome on in, Ruby. Congratulations on coming out of the closet. Mochi, VT, and half-eaten sushi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you're having wonderful days. I'm glad you like it. Oh, you changed the color? Yeah, I did. I went to the blue because I saw Nixie had light blue in their hair. And so I hope you guys like them. I tried my best to make them look accurate to their soul host. So I'm glad you like them. I try to get Ray's like little things and the necklaces and the gradient. So I dipped earlier. No, you're totally fine. You were totally good. No sweat. But I'm glad you guys like it. I try to get like the crown and then the stuff. But yeah, if you guys want these, just let me know. They have a mouth open and mouth closed, so you could use them as PNGs whenever. But your necklace carries forward. Yeah, most of the times I try to do my best to bring accessories forward.
Huh?
Vocal stem, you got it. Hold on.
He needs some milk.
The salami
some
lid
milk.
ain't gonna fit.
Yes.
Won't fit.
Okay. I can.
So the
I can
salami
send them to
lid
you. Is that
won't
potato plain
fit. The
cross
salami
my chocolate?
lid,
Yes,
salami lid
that's my
ain't gonna
TTS.
fit like that. So
That's
the
my
salami
TTS
lid,
mascot,
and it's
BLT.
salami
and
lid.
has, oh my God, ads, no! I didn't click it in time. But yeah, I can give me some milk. Hold on, don't mind that. let me put it. I put it in a. Oh no, I have to go to the other PC. Hold on. Hold on. It's 1,000 challenge, and you could too open a blind box. Yes. If any of you want, it has cute little stream avatars that have cute little hats. And if you want to gotcha a little bit, you too could get someone from the wonderful gang of Hoya, Ray, and Nixie. They're fucking amazing. That's like the one time, man. That's like the rarest one. Come on, what the fuck? The one time I'm like, yeah, gonna get a normal one. But yeah, let me upload those into the drive and then I can send them to you guys. I think... Where do I put them? I put them somewhere. Where are my beans? Where are the beans? Stream stuff? Milk beans, there we go. I need to put all of them. I don't think I have all of them in here. Oh, I forgot. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Boop. Boop. Replace existing. I love gambling. I'm glad you do. So we got a good gamble here. Okay, let me send these to the peoples. I will send them probably on Twitter. Well, actually, I think I can just send them in Twitter, actually. There are your beans. Oh, my contrast on Twitter broke again. Fuck. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Hey! Congratulations on getting your friend in the box. Send. I don't know if that's actually gonna be a PNG. Is it? Are these they aren't PNGs? Fuck. Okay. That's what I was worried about. Share, copy link. There you go. And then I'll go to Ray. Here is your bean, my friend. Wait, boxes now? Boxes now. Boxes now. Boxes now. I'm kind of shy. It's like the first time I'm messaging you guys. I need, yes. It's on a cooldown, but yes, you can have them all. Hello. Here is your bean. It might send me into the request zone, so just letting you guys know, it might go there. But I have sent you guys your beans. They are in the Google Drive, so you just gotta grab them. Of course. Thank you for being so cool. Oh, yay! Thank you for the 2 months sub for 3 motherfucking months. Helping me keep my lights on here. You are, and I appreciate it every single day. Kiss Vendor is the rarest. Kiss Vendor is the rarest. Kiss Vendor and Rose Maiden are like the top true rare ones. If you want to see them more up close, you can look at them in the Discord. The Discord has all of them. So, I got 2 of them already. God damn. God damn. I'm gonna sleep good night, Pokey. Oh man, Nixie popping tonight. Nixie's percentages are popping. Good night, Ellen. Good night, Pocky. Sleep wonderfully well. My first beta. Thank you. Have a good stream. Thank you. Good night, Pocky. I want. You gotta grab it. You gotta grab it. The minute that thing pops, you just gotta grab it. Don't mind what the screen says. I also have to change to the fact that we are co-working now, which I'm hoping I can just do in here because I don't want to go back to the other computer. Y'all got greedy paws right now. That's okay. You know why that's okay? Because you guys are the first people to see this. Also, hold on. I might have to DM somebody about something. Want bid for $5, but he can be Autobot for $25. Bonbon? That's BLT. He's a little Bonbon. We're like those Pokemon fanatics that buy all the new packs at the store. Yeah, but you keep them. See, you're better because you keep them. You're better because you keep them. Seen before. Tell you why. Pixel is hesitating to DM me back and it's making me scream. But that's okay. Okay. I know where we're at. You guys are so cuddly crab. You might get all the commons. Cuddly crab, that's my cat. That's my cat, Moira. There's only 3 out of the 8 beans are VTubers. So they're not all VTubers. But the rare ones are. I want a video of a spaceship. Where's my spaceship one? These are all horses. Is it this one? It might be this one. Ooh. I think this close-up view is kind of cool, but it's going to be hard to see behind me, so I think I might just do this one. 1, 2, 3. Let me do it today. Ooh, yeah! Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Fuck yeah, look at that. 3 out of 8. It's so cool when, like, the first day the box opens. There's not really that many dupes that you get. Is more logistical than you might have guessed, I think. Yeah, that works. I have a few points to burn. Fuck yeah. Burn them points. Burn them. Back in the old days, this is where I'm getting the old, this one. Is there a maximum per stream? There's 3. It is 3 per stream. And they change monthly. This is where I want it. 1, 2, 3. Darn, I'll have to watch more of your streams. Oopsie doopsie whoopsie poopsie, I'm a babe. And then this one. 4 feet. I want this one. And then link clips, and then take this off. And then I need the shipment one, the shipment video. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Wow, these need a lot less footage because I'm doing them. Interesting. And then, so next time, and then we have a butt. And then we will move track down. And then we're going to fade in this math. And then we're going to video transitions, cross dissolve. Cross dissolve. Oh wait, shoot, this is the beginning of the video, so it's not gonna cross dissolve the way I want. Okay. What is there like a rocket sound effect that like is memey that people do? Rocket. The fuck? A rocket launcher. Working me. Yippee! Okay, wait, I need Sunny's help now. If I want... Same person, do I, like, do the SB or AB? Okay. So I don't know how this works. Video editing, did you know? Nope, not that one, this one. Save. And then this guy goes here, take this. Horse, and then I need like a horse. I need a horse noise. Horse. Okay. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. That you might have guessed. Sound effects. I think I have a in here. Organic engines, and that's when I add another horse neigh. To create railroads, and I'm gonna do a train sound. Hey! Okay, that one was a lot nicer. The rest of those were very, very, very in my face, and I didn't really like it. Wait, I want like a fucking metal pipe sound. Metal pipe. Look at a butt. Next thing, look at a butt. Do I have a boing sound effect? I don't know if I have a boing sound effect. Cartoon slide. I need like a boing. Like a boing. I like this one. I think this one's good. There we go. Good job, Nox. Good job. I'm proud of you guys for being here to, like... I'm just impressed because I didn't really make any announcements that were... Elaine, how was your day, Chickie? I'm having a good day. I'm being very productive, doing my best to stay on top of things. I got the new beanbox done, as you can see. I'm riding along with the videos that I gotta do for today. I hope you're doing good. How's your day going? I rendered that and I didn't even do the snap captions yet. Hell yeah, G, love to hear it. I appreciate you. Nox, we gotta play games sometimes. I gotta invite you to game night sometimes. It's a new update. It was alright. Work wasn't the worst, but back day was good. Back day? What does back day mean? I clicked that twice. I'm down. Yeah, I just gotta plan it. I just don't know when. I gotta... doing like 10 things at once. You still... So very specific. Yeah, the gym, it's my second job. I wish I could go to the gym like you, but I'm just not built like that. I am built to be a curvy queen, and that is all. That is all. I think that's just how it's meant to be. Like, I'm envious of women that can wear anything they want because they got them flat tummies, but I just don't think that's my life. I don't think that's my life. How much? Hold on, video. The OTube. Is that one paid for? No. Wait. No, I'm thinking they're on PGTuber Plus. It takes this one at the first, and then it comes to habit. As long as you aren't bloat maxing 24. What does that mean? What does that mean? Bloat maxing? Wait, no, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Actually, I don't want to do the other one because the one that I'm thinking about makes me cry because I don't understand it. Because it's a lot. Okay. Console. Boop. Oh, nah. I mean, I don't eat the healthiest, sure, but like, I'm not... I like my fruits and veggies. I like fruits and veggies. I like going outside. I like doing things. But I also like sleeping and eating a bunch of pizza, so... I would, if I had a pick, though, I would love to be held accountable for doing arm exercises. Because I got a little them curvy lady bat wing going on. I'm not holding myself accountable for them. Eat decently a protein or carb or two for each meal. Protein's very important, especially if you have ADHD. Just my type. But I'll get around it, and I don't know. I'm just kind of lazy. Just my time. As long as I ain't unhealthy, that's all I want. Lady Batwing is insane. That's what they call it, though. That's what they call it, though. Alright, what is updated with this? I don't actually know if this was updated at all. Let's do default, generate. Horse butts. Okay, it's all looking good. And that's so strange that I have to do it like that still, but that's okay. Okay. this one. Oops. I kind of want a ting right here, right there. I want like a ting sound. Boop. Ting. Metal. Yeah, I guess, but this kind of sucks as a sound, low-key. It did not make my brain happy, but it's okay. I'll just make it quieter so it's not as disruptive. Okay. Okay, now we're good. Oops. Ooh. And then I'm gonna do this other thing really quick. What? Did I close it? What the heck? Aw, poopadega. Ah, poopadega. Boop. Oh, wait. Wait. I'm clicking the wrong thing. I don't think I have pictures of myself on this computer. We'll use this one. Boop. Download, save. I will show you guys what I'm doing in 10 seconds. Boop. Dude, you guys ended up looking Sean Grows? Sean Grows? He is on TikTok. I will follow him. And I will watch his stuff later. Because I have to do work stuff and I can't. Screaming, essentially. Is it my spam folder? Maybe it takes a second. Actually, such a lead plan, fun fact content. Oh shit, let's go. Maybe you can be inspired by him. Oh, fuck. Fuck, I gotta click the thing again. I just want this little guy. Cool. I'll pin that guy. I'm confused. It says I have to like verify my account, but it's like it's not doing anything. That's the right one. Okay, well, I guess I'll just pin that and wait then. Okay. And then now we're doing, let's do V-stars, except I'm clicking on the wrong one. Because I'm a goober. Oh yes, let's get this corrected. V-stars, this one, this one. Oh, this was the wrong one. Oops. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Boop. 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 Timeline. This one. Create subtitles from audio. Create. Don't know. Is to know. Twist it. Explodes. Explode soda. I have a question. What's up, my love? How's it going? What's up? What's going on? What's up? What's the question? Oh, I forgot the thing. Doing this to yourself. at me, and this is what she says. So I know. How does the gamble work? So I bought this thing on Etsy. And gotcha box. I bought this thing on Etsy. And it's not this. And it plays an animation, and when the animation it randomizes the number percentage. It's made by this person. It's made by the Cozy Deck. I think I specifically got this one. Cause like for me, it didn't really matter which one this was because I could make my own art for it. But like yeah, it essentially plays an animation, and then you can change how much each of them are. Could I have the link, please? Of course. Of course. There's I think like a bunch of new ones that have come out. So like, you know, maybe look into other ones. But like these ones, like there's these ones which have like little gachapon machines, which are like cool. But yeah, I would say like look around because like I think Cozy Deck popularized it, like they made it mainstream, but like there are other ones. Like I like how this one is like the whole image is the whole box, which I think is nice. But yeah. Also their math might be a little more understanding because I don't really understand how the math behind the Cozy Deck one works. But yeah. Yeah. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. Our bills to pay, we got mouths to feed. Nothing in this world for free. Hey, hold back, and no, I wish you could. Oh fuck, I wasn't clicking okay, I was clicking cancel. Pick screen color, I want this brown, okay. That means this red. No, this red is fine. Workspace, workflow integration, snap captions. What? Default, subtitle 2, create. Twist it, bop it. This one. Boop, boop, boop. But I'm happy to share the tools that I know. This needs to be, oh my god. It's everywhere. Remember starting to stream and was wondering, I typically have him put on your streams. When I'm not home, so he has seen the blind boxes. That's fair. Yeah. If they need any advice or anything at all, just feel free to shoot them my way. Hello, Pancake. Hello, my dear. Oh my goodness, we're good on raids today. My god, how's it going? I hope you're having a wonderful day. We are currently video editing. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I hope you had fun in Helldivers. No, and feel free to tell us about it if you'd like. I love hearing from you, my friend. So feel free to tell us or don't tell us. It's totally up to you. But I'm just happy that you're here. I'm gonna lay down feeling lightheaded. No problem. Hey, get some good rest. We love you so much. Have a good rest. Let me see. I think I wanted this one. Welcome on in. Yes, welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as Mancao. I realized that I didn't do this intro earlier, but welcome on in. We're just editing videos of other the VTubers that I enjoy. That's mostly what we're doing right now. And also, we're also We're also trying to get this adopt. So, hoping and praying. Oh god, what the fuck? I think that's just Da Vinci, maybe? What the fuck is happening with, okay, hold on. I don't know if that's Da Vinci or if it's the clip, so I'll relaunch Da Vinci because I don't think it's the clip, but maybe Da Vinci just doesn't like the clip. I don't really know. But we're about to find out. I'll tell you what, chat. We're about to find out. Looks like it was just the clip. Just Da Vinci. 1, 2, 3. I do want to add a track, make this one shorter, because I want this one to be the last one, and then this one's actually different, so I will okay, there we go. Now we just need to do the rest of it. So it's cat. It's spelling cat wrong, by the way. C-A-T-T. Oh, cool. Oh, but this one, what the fuck? Okay. And she'll show you a good time, hopefully. I want to listen to a specific playlist right now. I want to listen to this too. Hold on, add DQ. Boop. Oh, my queen. Oh my kid, it's not enough. Kitten, drink from the Buddha, Buddha. Kitten, drink from the Buddha, Buddha. I made this a little loud. For sure. They have the lyrics on this. They don't. Fuck. Door. Kitten, drink from the Buddha, Buddha. Kitten, drink from the Buddha. You ever good? What this guy Sean just taught me. What did they teach you? From the Buddha, Buddha. Oh, from the Buddha, Buddha. Kitten, drink from the Buddha, please. Don't drink from the Buddha. Kitten, drink from the Buddha, please. My kitten, drink from the Buddha, Buddha. Alright, now we're in my sing songs playlist, so please don't mind me as I probably sing songs. Probably should drink water first, though. 1, 2, 3. See the heart shape? It comes from a plant? Really? Really? From a plant? Tell me more. She's practicing her last games. Oh, God. from my mother. Like, where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, a radiant beam in her eyes. I don't need no light to see you shine. It's your... I'm not gonna try to do the high notes on the stream because I cannot. I am not a soprano. Time. It's your golden... Just two lovers sitting on the dash, driving nowhere fast, running through the summer. Radio on fast, at the moment last, she has solar power. Like ours. She knew she was baddest, can you even imagine? Falling like a tear for the love of my life. She's got gold on her face, glorious look in her eyes. Of angel tonight, I was all alone with the love of my life. Glitter for skin, my gradient beam in the light. I don't need no light to see you. But Georgie's new album drops Friday. Oh shit, he's got a new album dropping, bro. What the fuck?
Krabby singing Manka Smitten.
Aww, thank you, Fruit Bat. I'm trying. I realize I haven't been practicing singing recently, and it kind of makes me sad, so I'm trying. In your golden hour. Comes from a now extinct called Silphium. Romans used to use them for spices, medicine, and even as a natural contraceptive. It was so important to their culture that the shape of the seed, a heart, became a symbol of romance. They put the shape... Oh, that's so cool. Silphium? Oh, cool. Huh. I will keep that. You know what? I'll make that a fun fact for... Isn't next week Valentine's? Yeah, the next video is Valentine's. So I'm going to make this one. And then we're going to make a fun fact about the Silphium seeds. Silphium seeds. Seed. Is why the heart is shaped like this. There you go. Doesn't look. Oh, what the fuck? This is not a Silphium. This is like incorrect. This is. Wait, what the fuck? This isn't. This is. What? Yeah, this is not a... It's a bleeding heart plant, which is different from Silphium. I'm presuming, of course. The Silphium looks yellow. That was weird. That was really weird. Okay, anyway. Courtesy of Sean Grows. Courtesy... Yeah, Sean Grows. There you go. As I was told as a kid, the shape comes from a woman's butt when... What the fuck? I mean, fair, but shit, what the fuck? Simple songs, I wanted more. Affection is so hard to bore. I can't hear anything. This is very loud. I also have to edit Enshrine videos today. Now that I think about it. Cool. That was before you came along. Who took my broken melody? And now I hear a symphony. Track down, move track down, move track down, track down. Oh fuck, I love this song. I'm going nowhere, ending someone to save me. Need somebody to heal, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. Easy to stay, it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you handle the pain. Now the day bleeds, it's a nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. And my guard down, and then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. Oh, and wondering if summer there's nothing. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm just vibing and singing songs. Cause I haven't sung songs in a while. It makes me say it. I need somebody to know, somebody to heal. Thank you. Oh, thank you. It's easy to say, it's never the same. I kinda like the way you help me escape. Someday I'll take more singing lessons and it'll be great, and I'll do a song cover and we'll have a great time. Here to get me through it all. Had my guard down and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'll tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I'll fall into your say it sound till it turns back around. Oh, the day bleeds, it's a nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. And my guard down, then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone. Hey, bleed, it's a nightfall, not here to lead me through it all. My guard down, and then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. And then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. God, dude, Louis Capaldi, ugh, he's a dreamboat. Dreamboat. Speaking of dreamboats, don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way. I don't need reminders of how you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain. Listening to you harp about some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah, blah, blah. Oh, how I wish you'd wake up one day Run to me, confess your love, at least just let me say that when I talk to you, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my eye. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start? Girl to do, lying on my bed, staring you through the roof. Unrequited, terrifying love is driving me a bit insane. Hard to get them off my chest. I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. Girl, don't you feel it to confess I've loved you from the start? Confess I loved you, still thinking of you. I know I loved you from the start. I love Love. Love, ugh, such a lover girl, man. That is such a for real. There is only a tower alone. See, you became the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's a high, not a thrill. Shine can't be seen. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Oh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Roses in bloom, light hits the gloom on the grave. There is some rage I can tell you so much. Can say you remains forever my pleasure, my pain, baby. It's like a joint addiction that I can't deny. Won't you tell me, is it, baby? Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Oh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. And now that your rose is in bloom, light hits the gloom on the grave. Da 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 da. Good night, Vexed. Oh my gosh, I hope you sleep well. Mwah mwah. One kiss for each brain cell. A little tuck 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 tuck. Good night. Sleep well, my dear. I will see you on the morrow. Kissed by a rose. I've been kissed by a rose. I've been kissed by a rose. So much a man can tell you, so much he can say. My power, my pleasure, my pain. You like a grown addiction. Is there nothing else in this font that I can grab? Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels. Yeah, now that your rose is in bloom. Ooh, on the grave. Compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, the light hits the gloom on the grave. I'm really scrounging for content right now. I hit the groove on the grave. Okay, I might download one of their TikToks just so I can have enough. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of tired of this song. I added this to this playlist, and I like this song, but it's kind of like I heard it so much on the radio, though. I'm like, eh. Boop. Boop, 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 ba-doop, 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 boop, 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 boop. Okay, cool. 100 times where I don't recognize any of you that love me. I memorize and identify, but it's all getting from my head. Is in the clouds right now. Let's pray I come around, around. Hello, hello, are you lonely? I'm sorry, it's just the chemicals. Hello, hello, are you lonely? I'm called Mr. Forgettable. Oh, I'm so forgettable. Forgettable. Oh, you guys, you've nice. Look in my eyes. To the night. I wish I could do it with the watermark. It would be my heart. Now it's just a phase. My head is in the clouds right now. Let's pray I call around. Wreck-It 74, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hello, are you lonely? We're just singing songs and editing videos. Hope you're having a good one. This is really not meant for this, but that's okay. Oh, Mr. Forgettable. Just so forgettable. 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 So forgettable. Nope, nope, nope. Get off. Let you know about words you'll never say. Oops. My ear itches. But I don't. Well, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. It can be said I'm an early bird. It's 10 o'clock before you say a word. I hear you sleep so well, it can get me to live right. I'm bed before the day arrives, before the sun arrives. I'm gonna pretend, baby, now and then. Wanna wake up like I won't find something. I'll be back in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Take my whiskey neat. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Welcome on in, chat. Thank you for sticking with the ads. Hope you're all doing well. I love you all very much. Work late when I'm free from the phone, and the job gets done, but you worry some. I know I'm too wants to live forever, babe. Leave your mouth as if it's heaven's gate. Most of you like you're the TSA. I wish I could go along. You don't get me wrong. Late at the lake. Coffee bag. Be for me. You're too sweet for me. Take my whiskey neat. Coffee bag in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Oh, 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 whiskey neat. I'll be right in my bed at 3. You're sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Boop, 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 boop. Aw, dude. Every time I think about this song, it makes me sad because of I thought it was just a Billie Eilish song. Little to know, it was made for the Barbie movie, and it was made for you to fucking cry, man. What I was made for. What was I made for? Heard good thing. It's really good. It's so good. I had not seen it until like last December, and it's Hi, what I missed that much? I finished the beans. I finished the beans. So there's a new bean box, as you can see. Don't know how to feel. Now we're just singing songs and editing videos. By the Barbie movie, I had it's same, honestly, same. One day I might. I feel like it also went over a lot of people's heads. That's fair. That, like, it wasn't perfect, but all the complaints I heard about it sound like they didn't understand the movie. Yeah, I feel like it's something, it's definitely, in my opinion, it's definitely like a, how would I put it? I don't know how I'd put it. Like a social commentary. It very much is a social commentary. And I would say it resonates with... I feel like, personally, it resonates with women a lot more. Tongue-in-cheek, yeah. You mean you have to be media literate to get... No, like... You just gotta be empathetic to the fact that you lose... The movie's not for bros. I mean, there's some funny parts in it, but it's like, to understand the true meaning of the movie, you have to, I think, just understand that, I think the loss of innocence, a lot of the time, or maybe I don't know what media literate means. I don't think I would be surprised at the Barbie movie that didn't try to speak to women. Most of them do, fair. I mean, it could have been eye-opening if they got it. Yeah, I thought the movie was for Kens. I'm just Ken. Anyone? I want to listen to that song. If I was anyone. Oh, what was it? Yeah, there it is. I found it. Boop, boop. Move from Q because I don't know what I want to listen to anymore. I've seen some of the old animations due to having. Oh, cool man. So, but that was like secondary to Barbie. If they get it, they ain't a bro. That's fair. I just feel like it's like you have to have a good connection with like self. This can be a feminist, true. Having a softer little sister, fair. I think it's just like, I don't know. You have to have. I think I think you have to be okay with being vulnerable. And that very much just isn't a thing, I feel, for a lot of older guys. And that's why it can be, like, construed kind of like, for the bros. Gotta be open to self-reflection. Exactly. Because, like, I think men and women can understand the concept that Barbie was trying to, like, put out there. But I think it's, like, you have to be vulnerable with yourself. Vulnerable. Emotion. Vulnerability. It's not. It's not. But I so fucking understand. I had a whole... The comedy was amazing. The comedy was fucking top. Comedy was fucking peak, man. But fucking, it's just very much like you have to be vulnerable with yourself, and like that was like a whole thing I had to talk about in therapy today. It was a blast. I have no feelings. Yeah. I think there's a lot of toxic media culture that rejects media where the observer isn't the target audience. Yeah. Yeah, on God. And like to be fair for like little young girls, it might be a pretty pink movie, but at the same time it's just also had trans Barbie. That's true, and she wasn't trans her divine. She was Dr. Barbie. This is true. This is true. Da Vinci's having a small heart attack right now. Can anyone else be a 10? I'm just gonna grab some. What was his name? Michael Cera. Michael Cera was fucking great. I'm getting like really warm. Do you think the Kens were smooth? I think they were smooth. Because I feel like a lot of the. You didn't get the. I feel like they were so smooth, very suave, yeah. Very smooth in all the parts. All the parts. I think they were smooth in all the parts. I think I'll do the other one. 3 times watching it with friends, and then other friends wanted to watch it. I watched it only once with my with Blue, my family. It was nice. I liked it a lot. Imagination. I'm like too warm. I don't know what I want to do about it. I might change my clothes.
You can grab us.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, yeah, I just clicked the wrong button. Don't watch it 3 times, probably is not. But if you don't watch it 3 times, but the third time I was thinking all the ways it could have been better. I mean, yeah, I think after 3 times you kind of start getting cynical of it. So, but it was good enough to watch 3 times, which is a positive. I'm going to be right back though. I'm gonna let this render. I'm gonna be right back. And I'm going to change my clothes really quick. Thank you for the save check. It's saving as it does this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Well, I'll be right back. Everybody do a stretch break. Get some snacks. Be right back. Germany. I like that name. I gotta check my thing. Okay. All right. Change edit labels. Chat, I don't wanna edit anymore.
Pissing piss boy.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good, buddy. I don't want to edit anymore. At least it's pretty easy to edit, I think. I don't know. I feel like I saw. Oh. Yippee. Mega bonk break? I accept. Oh, we'll do Food Guesser and then we'll do Mega Bonk. I want to do Food Guesser first. And then we'll do a little Mega Bonk. What the fuck? Pizza dough, onions, olive oil, anchovies, black. Oh. Actually, it doesn't sound too bad. I don't know where it would be from. What place likes sardines and olives? Russia? Cold. West? Italy. Borders Italy. Spain? Borders Spain. Ah, fuck. It's pizza. Italy. Spain. France? France. Shrimp, salt, rice, sugar. Oh. Fermented. Fermented fish? Like Thailand? Dude, we're getting a lot of borders today. Where's Thailand? Okay, so it's either... Oh shit, it could be a lot of things. Wait, what's it next to? East? Laos? Laos? Fuck. Wait. Would... I guess Malaysia might count. Does Mediterranean use sardines, though, when there's stuff? Philippines? It was close. Wait, is Philippines bordering? I think the Philippines is too far. Yeah, the Philippines would have been too far. I wouldn't border it. Wouldn't count as bordering. Pisco, cola, ice, and lemon. I've heard of this, I feel like. I don't know what it is, though. Combining clear or amber grape juice. It's a German thing? Dude, my boobie itches. And I don't know why. Do you ever go to the restaurant and impress people with your food guesser skills? Like, this is from... No. No. Out of all my roommates, I am the least knowledgeable about food. Sometimes I can press facts. Peruvian? Russian? I feel like Pocky talked about, but Pocky went to bed. Okay, I have to stop itching. Wait, do I have... No, I don't want. Hold for a second. There it is. Is Peruvian Peru? I'll do both. Pocky is from Japan, I think. I think so too. That would make sense to me. Did I get on my jacket? Oh shit! I was putting some lotion on to stop the itching, and I just got it on my jacket. Hog. Hello, Dog Sweaters Monthly. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try Peru and we're gonna try Russia. Oh, it borders Peru. Where's Peru? Peru. Oh shit. South? Chile? This is not where I thought this was gonna be. I always think of that when they join chat. That's fair. What the fuck? I didn't mean to put China. God damn it. And we'll do plate off. Oh, Vex didn't play today. Whoa. What is this thing on the right? We're gonna use Vex's method. More green means more better. But I want to know what this is. Just a mixing. Ooh, it's a sweet treat. See, Vex's fucking thing does not work. See, look, this one's gonna have more green in it. It's not gonna be good. See? It was like a sweet treat. It was like tapioca and then fruit. Jude, Mott, Grabadine, or Bat. I would go with this one. See, like, my guessings is better. Like, this one looks better. This one looks better. Oh. I don't know. I guess that one kind of look better. Bombardino. It looks cute. Tartafel or Escarret? Escarret? I think Tartafel. I love that. Is this a sweet treat audio? Fair. Malaysia. The biscuit looks good. Bistec. Mac and cheese. I love mac and cheese. Goat water? This looks like a pig in a blanket, so I guess we'll go with that one. Goat water looked kind of bad. Okay, Mega Bonk time. Give me 10 seconds. Like Americans afraid to try new things. I mean, like, some of them are like, they seem like culturally, like, I don't know. How could they do that to the goat? Which one? Goat water. They take it. But what is goat water? Is it the sweat? Is it the piss? Is it the drool? Spit, maybe? Who knows? Alright, a little bit of Mega Bonk. A little bit of Mega Bonk, and then we'll go back. I kind of want to try that new guy. I don't know if I bought him. Let me turn the mouse off. Freshly squeezed juice. Freshly squeezed. A mug. Oh, I don't have his poison flask. That's why. I didn't try Rob. Well, I know. I want to get the frog. Actually, I want to get the frog. That's what I want. Let's go. Calcium. Is my keyboard open? Okay, there we go. Why can't I hear anything? What the fuck? Where is this game going? You can go to unlocks and see what you need to unlock stuff. That one I just need to do, this isn't game. I can't hear anything. There are some hidden stuff on the final map. Ooh, hidden stuff. I can't hear anything. Oh wait, yes I can. Oh, okay. Calcium is my favorite name for a skeleton. Subjectively funny name. Objectively funny name. I don't know the difference, but I agree. Okay, I can hear something. It's just kind of quiet. Okay, I just want to make sure I read everything before I get into it. Max HP tome. Precision tome. Fuck. I didn't like any of those. I forgot what is it to get Vlad. I also want that one too. The vampire one. Attack speed. I wonder if there's an achievement for breaking all the pots in a map. If you break all the pots, I bet there is one. I feel like that's probably a thing. Which is pretty good if you have a weapon with a proc effect. How do you know if your weapon has a proc though? I should have read what the other ones were. Where the boat is? I don't remember there's an achievement, but you do get an item from all the pots. Let's see. Not bad. Start getting some chests, some chests. Do you have to break the egg in the first map to unlock it on the second map though? Cause I didn't see it when I was on every time I sent. I mean I haven't been on tier 2 a lot, but just. It'll say on the weapon description on the screen. I wish it would say in this screen, like here, or maybe it, well, I don't think it does. Oh, it spawns regardless by getting the frog as a free test. Ooh, I didn't know that. Ow, 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 ow! Can you leave me alone, please? I'm too cool. I'm no longer too poor. That's a greed totem. What do greed totems do? A cat cooldown? I don't know which one I just grabbed, but I think it's it does there. The bone initiates a bounce skill. Oh, so okay. Do all? I wonder, like, what's the difference? Because that just looks like a description. It doesn't technically say rock. Like, does it say on hit? Throw bones to bounce off. It just says bounce off. I want the big bone. I want a big bone. Attack speed. Okay, attack speed. I need more stuff. So for bone, it's by default, but for revolver, you have to upgrade it. Okay. Oh! Speaking of revolver, I do want a revolver. I think it's funny when he rolls around with a revolver. I shoot you. Oh, let's do extra jump. I like extra jump. It's nice. I think I don't know if I want a close range thing or not. But revolver has default more projectiles. That makes sense. Yeah, I like doing the bone with revolver. It's nice. Swarming. feel so sick when I jump over ledges with Calcium. I guess. That way. I will say it's nice now that like I kind of got the stuff with Calcium to like where like, or well, I like that there's only I guess like one achievement per like that like just tier 1. Tier 1's the only one that you have to get under 5 minutes, and like cause like then you can kind of just max out and get in big numbers. Like that's the important part, is just getting big strong. So you can beat the other levels. So like shield counts as getting hit even if you don't take damage. Oh, that's nice. Zoom out just like a little bit. Is that one I haven't touched? Oh my god, it's already 9 o'clock. Fire stuff. Fuck it, we take it. Fuck it, I want it. Wait, no, there's 2 free chests over there that I missed. Oh, they're like in this corner. Did I clean it all up? Did I clean all this up? Oh my god! Oh, I might have fucked up. Uh-oh, I might have fucked up. Oh, we're gonna find out in 10 seconds. Oh, give me that chest! Guys to die in the next like 30 seconds, I think. Phone. Oh, we gotta get the fuck out of here, chat. Is that frog still on the map? excuse me, I'm trying to... Oh, fuck. I'm not risking it. I'd rather try to go get the frogs on the other map. Excuse me, goodbye. You can jump last seconds for AoE attacks. Their hitbox is only where they spawn. Oh, okay. Did you tell me what Greed Totem do? I don't remember. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again. That almost fucked me, I feel like. Dude, I'm fucking digging this part. Okay, hold on. I just have to add this to my like songs. Greed is increased difficulty. Oh, okay. Good to know. Won't be touching. Gives more rewards but increases enemy stats and spawn rate. I'm good. I think I'm good. Welcome on in, Emprios1. Thank you for checking. Hope you're having a fun night. Having a lovely evening or night, technically, or day. Actually, you could be across the world. And thank you for the follow. My goodness. Quickly. There are gravestones that do the same thing, but they also increase XP. Gravestones? I don't know if I've seen that. I really look around for them. Let's do this one. I like that. Oh, there's no golem. I would like this. What else like this? Our gravestone. Oh, on the third map. In the forest unlock right now. Oh, yeah, I only have the forest unlock right now. You have to unlock the other one by using a plank, right? Uh-oh, I'm hurt, I'm hurt, real bad, chat. Burgers are dead! Burgers are dead! You gotta fucking die. Plank or Tony McZoom? Tony McZoom? Who the fuck is Tony McZoom? I think it's Plank though. I think it's Plank. Why? Oh my god. I don't know if I can grab that. Epic revolver. I'm going this way. Revolver epic. Hey yo dog, what you selling? 3 damage for 100 max health. Wait. I wonder if I can microwave do my demonic soul. which one the microwave is. Time. I love Tony's weapon. What's Tony's weapon? I'll take this. He has a hoverboard that changes light, that charges lightning damage, but I'm not like it is, like, which isn't like an upgrade spot. I like what I'm seeing. Power up drop. Do that one. 2 more. So where are we? I want to see if I can find a microwave. I hope I grab the item. Is part of the character warping his homing damage. Kiwi, can the microwave duplicate pink items as well? Like, because I have like 3 pink items. Would it be cool if I could duplicate the demonic soul, I think? Focus. Okay. Let's see if I can find a microwave for 15 minutes. I don't know if I'll find it. I feel like I haven't seen it. This one is I'm on the way to the bar. Oh, I clicked the difficulty, son of a bitch! It'll be okay. It's only 11.8%. It's only 11.8%, chat. It's only 11.8%, chat. There's a microwave right here. I don't know what this one's gonna do, though. Oh, let's see. What's up, Chad Lark? I like that his name is Chad Lark. Most challenges have 2 times as difficulty or higher, so okay, cool. I did not know that. A little bit of that nuking. Oh, I wasn't looking. Chunkham? My dear friend, my Chunkham? High five. Alright, I need you guys to die, like, just a little bit faster. Excuse me, sir. Stop blocking me. Blocking me from the heart. Okay. Spicy meatball attacks at 25% chance to spread. Alright, Alright, time to go beat tier 3. Give me all of my XP, please. Oh, this is not all my XP. Thank you. Alright, we are. Often, since the stacking is horrible, that's fair. I just wanted to try it. Oh my god, this place is very red. There are no leaves on these trees. I don't think... Lane is starting to think the chests aren't worth it. It's time to just focus on literally everything else. Maybe a shop guy. If there's a shop guy, we haven't done it. Oh, let's do shield. Oh, this face is gonna offload. Like, if I could, I would duplicate the demonic soul, I feel like would be good. Is there some on for using my grave with certain items? Yeah, like the ice. There's the ice one that gets you... I don't remember. She looks like a... I think her silhouette looks like a rabbit, though. But I know she has that. She has that kind of challenge to her. I don't think I have the shoes. Oh my god, Big Brother Kiwi's gonna see me beat tier 3 for the first time. Oh, Noelle, yeah, Noelle. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think duplicating the demonic soul would make sense. I don't know, actually, I don't know if it stacks. It'd be cool if it did, but I don't know if it does. Free chest. I presume that it does. Hey, what's up? How much armor do I have? 19? Okay, 2 plus for every... How many thorns do I have? 2 plus... 2, so 2 times 19. That's a good bit of thorns. But I don't know how many thorns I already have. I think this is their close. I should have found a moldy cheese though. Hello, Zoe! Welcome on in. Hello, Kazi. Oh my goodness, today is just the raiding kind of day, ain't it? Welcome on in. How was Pokemon Black and White? Currently, we were taking a little bit of break from working to play some Mega Bong, but I hope you're doing well. So I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. Fox, come in, raid. Hope you had a good time tonight. Healing? Was he healing? Oh shit, if I have to compete with healing, I don't know if I can do that. Hello, Ariana. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Okay, I got this. Oh, of course, a dead end. I want to swarm this. Oh, gorgeous gracious. I also didn't see an egg on the line. Fuck. Okay, I can't do that. Wait, no. Fox, I'm gonna wait. Hello. Hello, my goblin friend. Oh god, we've been having a rough stretch of our Nuzlocke run, but we got a party of 3 who are still going strong. Let's go. 3 is better than 1, I'll tell you that. And 3 makes a pyramid, which is the strongest shape. So, fuck yes. Ooh! Microwave. This uses a choose an item to clone. Woohoo! Now I do like more damage. I died? What? What do you mean I died? What do you mean I died, bruh? How did I die? Bruh. What the fuck do you mean? I wanted the shop because I have a lot of coins. I gotta use this more. But I don't. The good old life of little guys, they giveth, they taketh away. It's very true. Dude, I don't know what happened. I got so mega bonked. I got bonked so hard, it took my entire thing. Like, I don't understand, bro. Like, I understand I was a bit of a glass cannon, but, like, that was kind of bullshit. Sorry, I started sounding valid and it made me laugh a little bit. God damn. Damn, they really were like, hey, you gotta get back to work. You cannot. And I'm like, all right, I'll get back to work. Dumb. Oh, that's fine. This is in the Nisik trap, I think. Hello, keyboard? What happened? I don't know, man. I was just running around with my little bone body. Excuse me. Sorry. I was just running around with my little bone body, and then all of a sudden, I bump into an ogre, and he claps me for all of my armor and all of my health? Like, fucking rude-ass motherfucker. Shit, dog. Rude. That's what I'm saying. It's just hella rude. Now I gotta go back to editing. Got yeeted, I did. Just fucking spanked on the tuchus just a little bit. It's okay though. We got pretty far, which makes me happy, because sometimes I'm just not good at those games. What? Cool. Well, maybe this isn't gonna be as hard as I thought it was gonna be, actually. Okay, maybe I was a little jumped the gun on being like, this is gonna be difficult for me, because I'm pretty sure for this one, we just gotta use a speed paint, so. A Bobbit worm! My Bobbity boy! My spooky baby boy. Boop. Boop. Oh my god, can I show you guys one of the new entities that are being drawn? And I don't know how they're gonna take it, so, like, I mean, like, we gotta kind of cherish him as he is for as long as we can. Oh my god, they're keeping the one I like! Yes! Okay, so there's this hunter, right? And, like, these are the poses we have. Hold on, let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger. Look at it. Look at it. And they're doing jaw too, right? But I was like, Elaine kind of like pose too. Elaine kind of like pose too, if you know what I'm saying. But they wanted him to be more chameleon like. So I was like, they're probably not going to do this one. They're probably going to do like this one. And then they went in between the two cuz they were talking about it a little bit more. And then, ow, listen, you see it. Kiwi, you see it. And then they did this one, and I'm happy. He's my lad. He's my good time boy. Why not, Kiwi? Why not? Why can I not? Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me, Why don't you like me? Listen, he's a good time boy. It's a good time boy. He's my good time boy. Crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own, the real world. I need a levels adjust, I think, and that isn't here. He's so cool, though. Oh, he doesn't have it. Fuck. Okay, fuck, I gotta go back. Oh, was I putting this in the template? I was, because I'm dumb. Anisik Trap Jaw. Just saying, I like him a lot, you know? It's pretty cool. Change speed to 200. I have to do a color thing. Sharpen. Where's the thing that I'm looking for? No. Color compressor, I think, is what I'm looking for. Nope. Contrast pop, maybe? Okay, why is this not working in the way that I want it to? Mosaic blur. I have good news for you. Is it that you're keeping Pose? Or is it even better news? Bro, what is this thing? Who's Jose? I said the A pose. This pose. A pose. Who's A? That. Okay. What? What the fuck is happening? I don't know what I'm doing. Is Giselle here? I don't think this is what I want. What am I doing? No, what am I doing? Gamma limiter? No. False color dehaze. Directional. What am I looking for? What? They have. I want multiply, but like I'm like not understanding why I'm not. Is that in here? Color blue shadows, highlight, saturation. I want it on this one. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, and then let's start here. So let's move this here and then go. I think I might just take it from here. Okay, now I gotta go back to the color thing because now it's fucked up again. Poggies. Okay, let's do saturation none. What's happening? What is happening here? Color boost. Hello? Computer? Okay, now can I fix it? Okay. Hue it. Okay, that's fine. Hit it. Boop. I kind of wanted to stop here. So we have this section, and then I want a bit more of that sketchy section from the beginning here. And then this one I have to, this one? Yes, this is the one. Let's go over here. And then we're gonna change the, let's do shadows. Wait, what? No, I want this one. go. And then we're going to crop left. And then we're gonna see how it looks. Actually, let's remove the flip. Sorry, I didn't mean to slurp. My bad. And then make this here, and then scoot this in a little bit. And then this one can come here. And then I think this here. Okay, right there, and then we do the, I think the paint on. Actually should happen. Element OP, element OP, element OP, paint on. What? Okay, then can we do like a cross dissolve maybe that won't fuck the colors? Yes. Wait. This to be here and then there, I think. I think that's okay. Maybe a little bit later. Right there. Chase Master Zero, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a lovely night. What? Hold on. Display head here. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Get out of my face. Remove that one. And then I want text, add track. Actually, I don't know if I have this in here, which I don't think I do. I could try doing this. I kind of just want a little bit more of a watermark on the video that, like, maybe won't be seen as well. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think that takes away from the video too much. It's just very subtly there. I don't want no one taking this shit from us. We worked really hard on this book cover. Where is the... Where's this? Oh, that's the book cover. Oh. I put that there. And then enshrined. Isn't that sick? Save, and then... in the Discord. Backer Vault. Always. I'm just gonna be, cause I'm a little lazy right now. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little lazy right now, and I don't really want to deal with it. Replace. Huh? Huh? What? Oh, you know what? It's because it's in here. Is it? Is it this one? Oh no, it's over here, isn't it? Wait, is it this one? There we go. That's what I want. Music Trapjaw. So this is what we were hoping for, actually. And then place with this guy. I'm a little confused. Because we need a page curl then. I just realized something. Okay, I have to fix it. I think at the beginning would be cool. Actually. Oh, bitch ass fucking motherfucker. God damn it, I didn't think about this. Okay. I didn't think about this, but now I gotta do it because I forgot about it. Alright. It wasn't a thing when I did it originally. Okay, so pictures, I will... 24 page. Okay, so it actually, this should be here. Actually, this should have a cross dissolve, I think. Doesn't fucking fit on the page. It doesn't fucking fit on the page. Oh. Fuck. I have an idea. I have another idea. I have an idea. We gotta go to the other fucking computer, though. Did I export? Please tell me I exported it. 2D. It does not look like it, so let me export it. And then I gotta go into, I think I put in Substance. I'm praying. Elaine is currently praying. Boop, boop, boop. File, export, PNG, current page. Page 1. Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck? Ow. Stop. That shit hurt, brother. Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck? Kind of rude. I should do current spread instead, actually. Recent and shrine paper test. I think it was this one. Maybe I was wrong. Book. What are you working on? I'm working on an animation. I'm changing the textures for an animation for TikTok for work. What are you up to, Shizuki? Also, welcome on in. Oh, this is the wrong one. Where did I put it? Oh, that's a dog outside. What the fuck? Scared the shit out of me. Book presentation. Book. It's this one. Please don't open another Marmoset. It opened another Marmoset. God darn it. No. Okay, and Enshrine 2D. This one. Avoiding sleep. I worked on a cover today and mixed a CD of Xandu Ike song for my car. My car is old, no Bluetooth, just CD. Oh, well, I hope that was still fun. Even if it was a bit annoying, I hope it was fun. Offset it. It offset it the wrong way. Oh. Why is that not? Elaine's brain is working. Okay, shit. Okay. 2D. Give me this page. Actually, give me. We're using page or pages? Let's use pages. That way I can spread it. And then offset it more. I can't rotate it though, can I? Okay, let's try to get it just working for the other one then. A little bit more. Bruh. 0.6. 1. 5. 9. 9 is too much. 7. 5. 7. I like your. I watch you check it out sometimes. Love your motto. Your mama did amazing. Thank you. Thank you. My mama was a Jimmy Wizard, and we love them so much. I love my artists very, very much. They are a delight of my lives. Alright, now how do me do this? I could flip this image. Can I flip it? Thank you for the follow. I much appreciate it. And I hope you're doing wonderfully well. Wait, did I do that wrong? File. Save as. Page 2. And then if I duplicate. Did it save? It's waiting. It's waiting. I also realize that message is spelled incorrectly, but that is okay. Pages, page 2. Okay, that's. Is that not the? Oh fuck. I'm gonna flip it. Save. Yes. I got this program can flip images. It's quite nice. You shouted out my friend Ray and Hoya. It's a lot of work to do research to probably give someone a shout out. It's just something that I like to do. I also did Nixie Nova, if you know them. But yeah, no. It's just something I enjoy doing because I think people are cool and cool people deserve shout outs. Oh, 1. And then offset it just a little bit. There we go. I don't know why that one was easier. Okay, and then camera 1, camera 1 or camera 2? It's camera 1. It's camera 1. And then, not the image. 20. New folder, V4. Open, save. Okay, now we pray. Oh, something for Ninky. That's okay. Liking matters more than subbing, so. I cry on the inside because I realize what I'm doing right now. That's making me cry on the inside just a little bit. Tomorrow, let's see, we have collab at 4. I could finish the other video offline. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'll fix this. I'll do this video. We're gonna mess with Emote Lab, and then I'll probably end stream. I think is my plan. Is there a game you're excited for or one you want to play soon? Ooh, That's a hard question because there's a lot of games. Light No Fire, I'm excited for that to come out whenever that decides to come out. I really like the game No Rest for the Wicked. That one's really cool, made by the people that did Ori and the Blind Forest. Shout out to those guys at Moon Studios. What else? What else? What else? I don't know what else though. You like horror indie? I do like horror indie. Do you have any recommendations? I was on the wrong computer. Christ. Okay, and then we tell this thing to fuck off because we fucked this up a little bit, and then go. Not really. Okay, Fun Slab or Comfy Games? Fair? What's your favorite Comfy game? Or Friend Slab game? I'm playing Friend Slab games tomorrow. Yes, and then clip operations replace with this one, I think. That's what I'd rather do. Oh, yeah, might have a recommendation for you? Fuck yeah. I need to put this in this thing. Where is it? Indie Horror Gal? Oh, that's cool. I did not know that. Maybe we'll have to hit him up sometime. Excuse me. Why didn't you get replaced? What? Clip operations, replace. Delete, save. This one. Repo. I also like Repo. I know Skyrim isn't a comfy game, but it's a comfort game. Hey, as long as it makes you happy, you know, that's all that really matters. I don't know why this is here. I'm really confused how I've fucked my own videos. This one's gonna come out next week, so I gotta fix this one now. Replace this one. Gotta make sure it looks good. What the fuck just happened here? I think this was meant to be a cross dissolve. That looks amazing, thank you. Why did you do this? Can I do this then? Will that fix it? Oh man. This doesn't exactly work the way I want it to. I mean, that one's not the worst. I could do that. Is this happening because it's happening like that? Hold on. Yep. Came out fully today. I was so excited to play without bugs and stuff. Even though, oh, I missed the cast iron back. I haven't gotten to play that one, but I heard that people really like it. I want to try it with my friends sometimes. Is it expensive? Elena's confused. Okay, can we cross dissolve into each other or something? I can. $7.99. Oh, that's good. That's a good price. I like that. I like this. Okay, cool. Now I gotta re-render this guy because, yep. Not too bad. It's kind of like anti-repo. It's kind of an anti-repo. Instead of collecting stuff, you break things. That is interesting. I did not know that. That sounds cool, though. That sounds cool. Oh my god, my eye itches. Let me look at it. Let me look at it. I want to look it up. Voice activated spells. I tried to squeeze through a door frame too fast and bumped my chest against the edge. Ow! Shit, you good? You okay? Are you okay? Looks cool. I like breaking things. How's you going with my hips? Bruh, when I stub my hip on shit, that shit pisses me off to no avail. Also, I forgot to copy something from this file. It's this one. Alright, and then I need a trap jaw. Okay, and then you go here, and then you go there, and then you turn on. And at some point here, I want you to show up probably around here until here. Let's see how that feels. Yes, and I have forgotten to do that again. Okay, clip operations replace with video editing, enshrined, entity of the week, this one, this one, this one. Actually, I like where that starts. And then if I do a cross dissolve, that's the same length. Hold on, and then I want this here, and then I want it to cross dissolve. I want this here, and I want it to cross dissolve here. And then, do I want it zoomed more? Oops, excuse me. Gosh, but my left titty, ouch. Hey, nerves are nerves, pain is pain, you know? Here. Ooh, wait. Let's remove the zoom. Actually, nope, that's the wrong zoom. How's that? Okay, how does that feel? Leave a zone request. I might just take this off. And then just do a little bit, and then see how I feel. Oops, I keep clicking the wrong one. Okay, how's that? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Come here so I can see. Like here is where I wanted to end. And then you go there. I think that's fucked up a little bit. I hope my song cover is good enough for people to like, because I can't with my singing voice. Listen, the most important part is that you like it, actually. In my opinion. Because, like, if you don't like it, how are other people gonna like it, you know? Gotta learn to love yourself. What the fuck, dude? This shit's gonna piss me off. It's not what I want to do. Please. There we go. other stuff, but I can't mix with her crap. You could always like make friends and ask how they mix. But I'm sure I if you like your singing and you're cool with it, I'm sure it'll be great. I doubt that anybody will like. I'm sure it will be great. I believe in you. I believe in you that believes in you, and that means we believe all in you, and then we all love you, and we're excited for your cover. More layers. Like an onion. As my fucking computer dies in E6. Trap. Jaw. The Anisic. Oh my god. Trap jaw. Insidious crater, the traps. Anisic. Secret is always more layers. I can believe that. Boop, 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 boop. Give. Thank you. Do I want a Tremors gif? Tremors gif. Do a little flashbang. Maybe. Of a graboid add track, and then we're gonna go to here, and we're gonna grab this. Okay, if I made it smaller and I cropped, man, I kind of want to watch the Tremors movies. Can I just copy all of this? Apply, retain, remove this, remove that, make it not so bad, maybe? Okay, just gonna boop, boop, boop. I don't know if I like that one. Fuck, dude. I fucking love the Tremors movies. WebP. I think it's gonna take WebPs. It can. And it's like the same length. No. Now I must, fuck. Okay. Right. Okay, that kind of like. Okay, wait. Wait. Reset. Reset. Wait, what the fuck? Which version of... Okay, I think that's pretty good. Workspace, workflow snap captions. Okay. I don't know what that was about, but okay. I'm just gonna make sure this terrifying version of a okay. And then this one. There we go. Okay. Okay, now I'm just gonna copy this guy, I think. I'm gonna put him in the template. Put that on, and we're gonna delete this guy. Delete that guy. And this guy, because we don't need them. I save. Oh, wait. Okay. Did I ever render that? Did I render this? I don't think I rendered it. I did not. Okay, cool. Elaine thinks. So, it works a bit. I still need to redo parts I couldn't enunciate. Japanese is hard. Japanese is hard. Japanese is hard. Any language that's not your first language is hard, I believe. Unless... No. I mean, I guess unless you learn songs phonetically. Hi, Sergeant. How you doing, Tin? How ya doing? Okay. I'm gonna... I think I might end stream. I think I might. I might. So I got one other video to do, but I kind of want to chill. But I don't know. I clicked on the wrong damn thing. Love Melancholy Hill? I do too. I'll let this play and then we'll Japanese is somehow the easiest out of those. I do think learning songs phonetically, I don't know the... I do think... yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of people that don't know the language and when they do covers is just learning phonetically, which is completely fair. Do, 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 do. I was just like, Gorillaz. Gorillaz is really good. Sorry. It did. Yeah, Magic in Our World was the next one. I don't know if I need this one. The God. I don't like how I said that. I do look up others to do that before you sing about crazy stuff. Fair. Oh my God. I wonder how many people have done covers and they're like, there's a sponsor, like they pay to promote you. No, I just work for them. I'm their marketing manager. I'm the marketing lead of Enshrined. It's a cool TTRPG I work on. Fuck, I did it in the template file again. God piss. God piss in a basket. I'm very good at not remembering to change the file that I'm working on. Anywho. Nice, yeah. Product manager one day. I believe. I'll be here. I'll be here the day you get that title. I'll be here the day you get that title. What kind of projects do you want to manage? There's a whole bunch of types. You could do a video game. You could be... you could be, like, a VTuber, a talent project manager. Okay, I think that's good. I think it's good that I cut that beginning part out. No, scroll up. I'm dumb. I just need to... scoot this over. I also need to grit that, like, thingy that I did. Art, mostly stuff, video games, VTuber, manager, song cover stuff. That's fair. Well, I believe in you. I bet you can do it. Some nights... Okay, I'm just gonna set this up and then we'll be good. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, by the way. I appreciate it a lot. I hope you guys know that. Whoop. Boop. 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 And now I gotta add that to this guy. It's always fun hanging out. Well, I'm glad you think so. Because I think so too. Whenever you gas people up, I think that meme, not every bitch can be your son. Every bitch can be my son. Did Ray raid out to you? They did. They did. So if you were watching Ray earlier, that's probably why you ended up here. I did attack a lot while I'm actively watching. That's fine. It's fine. We're just chilling. I'm more than happy to just chat with you. I'm good at talking well. Like, I'll be like, oh, I gotta lock in, but then I'm just other than that, I'm just talking. So I get it. Hold on, I'm just gonna... Lane is the chillest cow. I am the chillest cow around. Comfort food? Kimchi fried rice. That's my favorite comfort food. Mine is ice cream and vodka. Damn! Broom hugging again. It's my tail! It's my tail, you bum. Grocery store sushi. Fair. As long as it's not gas station sushi. With a side of lactate. It's okay. Milk here, you can get lactose free. Standard D&D magic income. Okay. And then I don't trust that this is going to capitalize Enshrined. Instead, communicating with the guys. Doop. Right. And chance. This is chance. I like the lactose flavor. Fair. Have you ever tried the lactose-free milk from Costco? I like that stuff. But I'm afraid I'm going to lose my ability to create lactose in my tummy if I keep drinking it. Because I drink a lot of milk. Oh. boop. But did that scoot too? I think I lost the thing for that. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. British Longhaired cat, very fluffy. I'm a Maine Coon cat. I gotta be fluffy. I get Walmart brand Costco. Walmart brand Costco. Sam's Club is what I grew up on. Sam's Club is also what I grew up on, but I like Costco a lot. I have a Costco sweatshirt. That's how much I like Costco. I have a Costco sweatshirt. I don't know if any of this is in here. Oh, you know what? That's because I'm a goober. Is that? Oh, it is in here. Fuck. Left folk. It's fine. Just move it all over. Excuse me, I'd like you to all move over, please. Thank you. Oh no, not the scary Costco. It's not that scary a goob. But I know some people who just say fall. Wait, what? What do you say when you're about to lock in? You say okay, let's do it. When I'm about to lock in, usually what I was like, I got this, and then I die. Typically is how it goes. Sometimes not though. Sometimes I don't. That's pretty cool. This has got to slide all the way. Before, but hear me out, insert stupid shit here. That is very true. Sometimes it sounds like a seagull. Moi. You got this, bitch. I like that one. All right. Nope, this one. I didn't put the image that I need in there. Oh, did I put it in resources? Please. Please, I didn't. I'm a boob. Actually, that's fine. I think you can use that one. That one's fine. Okay. I'm going to edit the rest of these off stream. I love you guys very much. I love you guys so much. You guys have a good time? Did you guys have a good time with me? I hope you did. I hope you did because I love you guys so much and I love entertaining you. Bedtime? No, it's go work off stream bedtime. It's time to go eat dinner, veg out, and finish this video. Because I want to finish it for tomorrow. Good night, go world. Good night, everybody. You guys want to go? Do you guys want to watch? Do you want to watch Art? Or do you want to watch Resident Evil 2? Yeah, it's like kind of our choices. Take care. Thank you. I'm choosing for you. We're going to Nilbog. Because we can. Nilbog live. Alright. I love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out with me. Oh, fuck. I will raid them next time. I'm putting it in my brain. Hold on. I'll raid them next time, I promise. Like Resident Evil. We're going there. But I love you guys very much. I love you guys. Have a great night. I will see you tomorrow. And I think, I'm going to be honest, I've been saying that a lot. And I kind of like the way it sounds. I think that might be our thing. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you guys. Good night. Oh, shit. Here's the raid message. If you want to use it, you don't have to if you don't want to. But I appreciate it if you did. Because I know where you came from. Otherwise, have a great night. I love you. And see you tomorrow.
Woo! Hardest enemy in the game or the effing crows? Main Cow! Welcome in, Main Cow.